Recording in progress.
Or good morning. It's time, so folks could please grab their seats. We'll get started in a moment. I'd like to welcome to the table Susan Bishop is here. Welcome. It must mean we have a salmon agenda item. John North and Kyle Addix is with us remotely. I think that's most of the seat changes we have. Before we get started, I'll see if the executive director has any announcements.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Doing well so far this week. We do have a day, starting off the day with a couple hours devoted to Sac and Klamath River Fall Chinook conservation objectives. And then we'll spend the balance of the day on some highly migratory species matters. And we are on schedule. Mr. Chairman, I believe a few other folks may have some remarks this morning.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask Butch Smith to offer some remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. It saddens me today that we lost a family council member, Craig Stone, couple nights ago. He was on the SAS for many years for California Charter, and he was a good friend. So my condolences to his family, and he was a great guy. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Butch. Any other announcements from around the table? And if not, I will turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Good morning, all. I will, excuse me, look to Robin Elke to give us an overview on this agenda item, our first salmon agenda item at this meeting.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, members of the council. This is agenda item I1, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook conservation objectives, scoping item. A review of the conservation objectives for Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook was recommended in 2018 when both of these stocks were declared overfished. Since that time, salmon issues beyond the normal preseason process have focused resources on other immediate matters. Since 2019, the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan has been amended 3 times and 2 ad hoc work groups were formed. One to address the Chinook prey availability of southern resident killer whales, and the other to evaluate the harvest rule for Southern Oregon, Northern California coast coho. In addition, work has been done to improve models used to project salmon harvest to ensure fisheries remain within their conservation goals. At the April 2023 meeting, the council was briefed on the Sac Fall and Klamath River Fall conservation objectives and the Klamath River Dam removal project. The imminent removal of the dams and the report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife spurred council discussion on how to address the potential need to identify interim management measures on Klamath River Fall Chinook. In addition, especially given the renewed concern for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock, the council generally concurred that continuing progress on the Sac Fall Conservation Objective Review appeared equally important. The council acknowledged that although it would be difficult to address the topics concurrently, there was support for investigating ways to make progress on each topic by potentially following different process steps or timelines. The council agreed to have council staff work with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service to develop a paper to identify potential processes that could be used to move each topic forward. The council task under this agenda item is to agree on a process to identify the appropriate management measures for Klamath River Fall Chinook, especially immediately following the dam removals, and also agree on a process to coordinate a review of the management measures for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And for both of these items, identify an appropriate time frame for each task, given our current workload, staffing, budget constraints, et cetera. For your reference material, we do have attachment 1, which is the scoping report, and I have made a PowerPoint for you, so I'll walk through that. That will outline the items in that scoping report. We also have a couple of other attachments under this agenda item, as we were talking about how to think about a process to work through both these items. It was suggested that work groups be formed, and it was also suggested that if indeed that was something the council chose to do, that having terms of reference, or essentially the tasks for a particular work group would be helpful to have in front of the council. And so we did provide draft terms of reference for each of the potential work groups the council might consider initiating today. So that's supplemental attachments 2 and 3. We also have a NIMS report on this topic, as well as a report from your advisory bodies, the Salmon Technical Team and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. And then, of course, any public comments that may come your way. And so that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Robin. So before we get started with the presentation, are there any questions on the overview? And I see no questions, so I'll let you go ahead and jump into your presentation for the reports.
Thank you. So again, this is the scoping report for the Sacramento Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook conservation objectives. This PowerPoint will again just track along with that report itself. Next slide. So again, the council tasks today, I kind of outlined them before, is essentially we're looking to have the council decide on how to move forward with both Klamath River and Sacramento River Fall Chinook to take a deeper look at those management measures that we have in place. And as we review and get an understanding of the work that needs to be done, we're going to want to provide a time frame to get that work done, especially giving staffing and budget and all the other things on our plate relative to salmon. And, so finding a path forward for each of these topics, Sac Fall and Klamath River, they may not have the same process or timeline or how we get there, but it was the council's desire to work on both of these topics and make progress on both. So work may be done, but not at necessarily the same path. Next slide. So again, some of the highlights that you'll find in the scoping document is that, the council has been aware and it has been on their radar for a while to take a look and evaluate the management measures for Sac Fall and Klamath River Fall Chinook. Klamath River Fall Chinook remain categorized as overfished. I think that's been in place since 2018. Their the returns on the spawning grounds are low, and dam removal is imminent. And I received a picture just last evening of one of the dams on the Klamath. I think it's Copo 2. It is down and bulldozers are in the water. So this is something that is happening. They're making progress, and that is certainly something to be celebrated, but it is going to require work on our behalf as well. Sac Fall are categorized as rebuilt, but the stock remains poor, and there is a chance that that stock could even fall into another overfish status. So we do want to make sure that we do what we can to keep that stock as healthy as possible. Also, I don't think it's any surprise to hear that both of these stocks are very important to our South of Falcon ocean salmon fisheries. We know that this year's fishing season, especially south of Falcon, is essentially closed, and it is due to the poor returns of this stock. So the tools that we use to manage these stocks could likely be improved. And I think that's kind of the goal that we're talking about, is to make sure that we're doing what we can for these stocks. Next slide. So just focusing first on the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the document has essentially 5 different parts to it. We'll provide an overview. We'll talk about what types of coordinating entities would be involved as we talk about the management measures, what types of collaboration we could do in the sense of working together to get our work done. We'll provide a summary and then offer some pathways forward. This is a map of the Klamath Basin. I pulled this out of the rebuilding plan. Essentially at the top, well, you can see that the river itself extends into both Oregon and California. And there's a number of tributaries along the Klamath River that, provide a lot of habitat for the naturally spawning populations of Klamath River Fall Chinook. Next slide. And so again, for an overview on the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the stock's been classified as overfished since 2018. We've been talking about taking a look at these conservation objectives for some time. Klamath dams are coming out. There's a lot of uncertainty about what the response of the freshwater environment is going to be and how well the Klamath Fall Chinook are going to respond to that new environment. And so we're going to have flexibility, especially in the immediate future with our management tools and with the change of habitat and the response of the stock. We'll likely need to develop new analytical tools as well. Next slide. So when we talk about working together to look at these management measures, we'll need a lot of people in the same room. And first off, we'll need a tribal component. The Hoopa Valley tribe and the Yurok tribes have a role in the Klamath River Fall Chinook and would be part of the conversation, as well as our federal and state partners. Support from the council staff, and also the Klamath River technical team. Just a little bit of background there. That's a team that every year gets together and provides data on the Klamath River Fall Chinook. They'll collect the data and then provide it to folks like the STT, who will then go on to make forecasts and do the run reconstructions of those stocks. Next slide, there we go. So just within the council arena there's a lot of different ways you could collaborate. We just spelled a few out here. We do a lot of these things anyway, but certainly an ad hoc committee is at the top of the list. That's something that the council is very familiar with, forming one of those to get the work done. A joint task force, maybe something that would be a little bit more refined and more of a smaller focus group. Memos of understanding are another way to look at collaboration, and certainly information sharing, which I think we do anyway. Next slide. So for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, dam removal is imminent. We need to evaluate the tools and make adjustments as needed. We need expertise to help guide the work and fill the gaps. And we need a clear process for management and decision-making. There's a lot of uncertainty. I don't think that can be said enough. We don't know how the fish are going to respond. We don't know really how fast the freshwater environment is going to clear out as far as sediment and provide, even more habitat for these fish. I could imagine that, there's going to be a point, the immediate response is the river environment is not going to be very healthy for salmon. And it's going to take some time for it then to improve and be able to house even more salmon, which is very exciting. But it's just the point of getting to that point where that new habitat is available and the river's healthy again. We need to make sure that we do a good job of getting to that point. And next slide. So pathways forward, a couple of options. They're probably not all listed here, but just food for thought. Status quo, we could implement the fishery management plan as prescribed. It does provide flexibility as long as the decisions made are more conservative than what the FMP would call for. Developing a ad hoc work group that could help at least outline the steps, provide the expertise needed to get through that interim, to identify a framework for an interim management measures, and then adjust the technical tools for long-term use. I don't think it has to be necessarily one or the other. It may be that we do form an ad hoc work group and use the FMP as a tool as we work through this, again, just given all of the uncertainty, but I don't look at it as an either or situation. So that's it on Klamath River Fall Chinook as far as the scoping document. The next chapter of this scoping document focuses on Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Again, it's pretty much the same setup. We'll have an overview. We'll talk about who needs to be at the table, how we might collaborate, provide a summary, and give ideas on pathways forward. Again, just a map of the Sacramento River Basin, the Delta, and the coastal ocean. This, again, is a map that I took out of the rebuilding plan for Sac Fall. It's a pretty big system, pretty detailed, I suppose. But there are certainly hatcheries on the system and dams, and it notes that some of the dams are impassable, but there is that. So next slide. So an overview of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, again, a very important stock for the South of Falcon Ocean fisheries. They were declared as overfished in 2018, but have since been declared rebuilt. However, that stock has not followed the positive trend since 2001, and we all understand that the stock is at a low level, so it could result in another status downgrade. Evaluation of the conservation objectives. Again, we've been talking about it for a while, and I think it's, I don't know if agreed to is the right word, but taking a look at those management tools. I think we do all agree with that. But as we do that, we'd also want to, there's other tools that we've talked about looking at, harvest and forecast models that use age data, those types of tools, as well as the management measures. So for Sac Fall, it goes a little bit deeper, I think, than the Klamath Fall as far as the items to be looked at. And I think I've also note that's been brought up as we've talked about this, that as you change one management measure, it will affect other management measures. So if you change the conservation objective, it will likely have an impact and need a review of the harvest control rule that you're using. So some folks have described it more like a domino effect. So just keep that in mind as you change one aspect, other aspects may need to change as well. The good news is we have done some work. There has been progress made on this, but there is certainly more work to do. Next slide. Again, the coordinating entities, just making sure that we have partnerships both inside and outside the council. Most of these entities are inside of the council, but our federal and state representatives from NIMS and U.S. Fish, Oregon and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then certainly support from the council staff as well. The types of collaboration, we've outlined essentially the same formats that we did for the Klamath River Fall Chinook. Next slide. And just to summarize Sac Fall, the abundance is not increasing, and it is a key stock for the south of Falcon fisheries. We've made progress to assess the tools, but more work is needed. And the management tools are linked together. Just like I said, if you change one aspect, like a conservation objective, you're going to want to make sure that you look at the harvest control rule, for instance, to make sure that it is still appropriate. And it's going to require a short and long-term commitment. And I hate to use the word short-term, long-term, just because of the halibut discussion, but I think that just understanding that it is going to take a lot of work, and you're going to need commitment from the agencies and staff to make sure that we, that we do all the work that needs to be done once we start. Again, just looking back at that holistic stepwise approach in the sense that one thing affects another. And so you want to make sure that you have everything covered, and it will likely take some time. Path forwards, again, not much different than what was suggested for the Klamath River Fall Chinook. The council does want to continue work on this topic. The report outlines the task and data status, and that should help with some planning and effort focus. We'll likely need a work group at some point to help address the different aspects of the management measures, the conservation objective, the harvest control rules, models, methods, et cetera. The suggestion that we had, I believe, back in April was to first conduct a workshop that would help outline the tasks and the data gaps and timeline to get the work done. Other suggestions were to just form an ad hoc work group and have them conduct what would essentially be a workshop within their first meetings. And then again, this does not have to necessarily be one or the other. You could decide to have a workshop, get the information, based on that information, develop a work group to take care of the tasks, or alternatively form a work group and have them be the first task to identify what needs to be done and what's needed in the timeline. So again, just to bring you back to where we started, your task today for both the Klamath River and the Sacramento River Falls Chinook, agree on a process and identify the appropriate management measures for Klamath River, especially following the dam removal, and for Sac Fall, just coordinating that review of the management measures, and identify a time frame for each task given workload, staffing, budget, etc. And I think that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Robin. Are there questions on that overview of the report? Phil Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Thanks very much, Robin, for the great overview. Maybe it was in there and I missed it, and I'm focusing on the Klamath and the dam removal and the need to monitor the areas both below and above the dam to ascertain the extent to which the removal has either taken away and or enhanced the opportunity to fish to propagate and spawn. And I'm wondering if we have any information about funding that's been identified to do that type of monitoring work, and or has there been identified the entity or entities that would be doing such monitoring?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I think that, yes, there has been funding identified. I am not personally real clear on the detail of that. I think perhaps Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and perhaps even U.S. Fish might be able to help give a little more detail on that. But I think as part of the dam removal process that there has been funding identified for monitoring.
Thanks.
John North?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just in response to Mr. Anderson's question, the Oregon state budget was just finalized this weekend, and it does include funding for the Klamath Restoration Coordinator position that as a permanent, which had been partial funded in the past, but it did not include any seasonal positions that we had requested. So the monitoring boots on the ground in the interim may be a little challenging, but at least we'll have somebody that can be, involved and help with the planning and coordination.
Thank you, John. Further questions for Robin on the overview of the report? And I don't see any. So thank you, Robin. We will next move to the NIMS report, and I will look to Susan Bishop for that. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. I'll be reading from agenda item I-1A, supplemental NIMS report 1. At the April 2023 council meeting, the council acknowledged the importance of reevaluating the conservation goals and the management frameworks for both the Sacramento River and the Klamath River Falls Chinook stocks. This work has been identified as a high priority by the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the Salmon Technical Team, and supported by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, the council, and other management entities. NIMS fully supports this work, but is mindful of the highly dynamic nature of these systems, particularly for Klamath River Fall Chinook following dam removal. The council at workload, emerging salmon issues, the shared challenge of limited capacity in agency staffing and budget constraints. The question is not whether to do the work, but the most efficient way to make progress for both stocks as soon as possible, given their importance to the fishery and the significant public interest in ocean and inland areas, several points of which Robin emphasized. Sacramento River Fall Chinook have experienced a pattern of low escapements, higher than anticipated exploitation rates, and continued poor in-river environmental conditions. The stock has not met its escapement objective in six of the last 8 years, with the escapement in some years among the lowest observed. In fall 2022, the basis of the current conservation objective established in the 1980s was reviewed as one of the methodology review topics, and reviewers then had difficulty reproducing it and using historical documents and available data. The California Fish and Game Commission letter to the council in April expressed concern that, quote, the current conservation objectives do not adequately reflect today's ocean conditions, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta system, nor the state of readily available habitat, end quote. The review, stock status, management performance, and dynamic role of the environment underscore the need to assess in more depth the conservation objective as well as management models and tools. The anticipated benefits to the Klamath River ecosystem from removal of the 4 Klamath dams are substantial and are to be celebrated. It is a historic achievement and the culmination of decades of hard work and negotiation. Changes to the river and the species inhabiting it will be substantial, particularly for Klamath River salmon. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife estimates it may be 8 to 10 years before sufficient information is available to develop new conservation objectives, and interim objectives will be needed as the river and council fisheries adapt to the large-scale changes anticipated following dam removal. Given recent escapements, the low 2023 forecast, and a review indicating poor ecosystem conditions for broods returning in 2024 and 2025, abundance of Klamath River Fall Chinook returning in 2024 and 2025 is likely to be low and unlikely to test the capacity of the newly available habitat. I should say that those forecasts would also apply to Sacramento as well. The river may respond very differently than we think, and it makes sense to proceed cautiously while collecting data to inform changes in management measures and harvest objectives. Almost 10 years after the Elwha dams were removed, opening 70 plus miles of habitat, the 5-year escapement average has only increased from 71 to 134 spawners, although conformation and restoration of the river and estuary has changed drastically. Although it might be possible to use the available modeling and projections in the various restoration and reintroduction plans described in April, we have no empirical data or analysis to inform what the right numbers should be at this time, given the changes anticipated throughout the system. The fish always do things differently than we anticipate that they will. Monitoring the distribution and use of the river by salmon over the next several years and estimates of juvenile survival would provide empirical data to inform interim management measures. Process requirements are also a consideration to maximize use of available staff. The requirements of the FMP and MSA typically require FMP amendments where substantial substantive changes to control rules or FMP provisions are adopted by the council. Klamath River Fall Chinook have been the object of multiple FMP amendments reflecting changes in escapement goals or harvest control rules. Interim goals developed outside the provisions of the current FMP could change substantially from year to year as data become available, potentially requiring back-to-back amendments, adding substantially to council and staff workload. In this context, the provisions for Klamath River Fall Chinook in the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan and the associated Klamath River Fall Chinook Harvest Control Rule are a logical starting point by providing the necessary flexibility to adaptively manage the stock until new data are available to inform changes to the existing objectives and harvest framework. The Harvest Control Rule provides the council with the latitude to adopt lower exploitation rates and conversely to target higher escapements than the maximum rates allowed by the Harvest Control Rule framework. Quote, the control rule describes maximum allowable exploitation rates at any given level of abundance. The council may recommend lower exploitation rates as needed to address uncertainties or other year-specific circumstances, end quote. And that would conversely provide more escape into the system at those lower exploitation rates. Removal of the Klamath dams and the resulting uncertainty in annual abundances would certainly seem to apply here to this language. As an interim measure, the council could use this provision for KRFC to implement more conservative management over the next several years, as suggested in the April CDFW report and the council scoping report, until more is known about how the river is responding. NIMS supports the council's plan to adaptively manage Klamath River Fall Chinook, but by sequencing the work appropriately, significant progress can be made on the reviews for both Klamath River Fall Chinook and Sacramento River Fall Chinook. We suggest that the initial focus of a Klamath River Fall Chinook effort should be to assess the level of monitoring and sampling needed to maintain the integrity of existing data for fishery management, the implications of changes in tagging and sampling and the potential loss of data points, if any, and development of technical tools that could be used to subsequently inform an adaptive management framework. The current FMP provisions for Klamath River Fall Chinook could govern fishery management during the initial phase. The council's scoping report envisions this effort to take longer and be ongoing. During this period, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook effort could complete its work to develop recommended options for a new Sacramento River Fall Chinook objective and any changes to the Sacramento River Fall Chinook harvest control rule. Initial work to inform the Sacramento River Fall Chinook objective has already occurred both through the council process and in the scientific literature. Previous SFC statements and the scoping report envision the work could occur over a shorter time than the KRFC work. These suggestions are intended to acknowledge the importance of the work to be done and the challenges we have in addressing important work on multiple fronts by making the most efficient use of the tools and resources that we have. So just to reiterate, NIMS fully supports this work being done. We are not suggesting, for example, with Klamath River, that things be put off indefinitely by the use of the current provisions, but that would just provide the council an interim way forward as we really have a chance to see how the system is responding to the dam removal. I would just say also from NIMS's view, we likely could staff, without speaking for the science centers, perhaps the technical aspects of things, but we would likely be unable to staff 2 work groups from the region's perspective. We just have very limited capacity given a lot of the other things like new listing determinations, things like that coming down the pike for us. So I just wanted to be transparent to the council about our limitations. Thank you. That completes our report.
Thank you, Susan. Are there questions on the NIMS report? And I do not see any questions. So we will next move on to the STT report. And we have Dr. Michael O'Farrell online. Dr. O'Farrell, good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I can hear you fine.
Great. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I will be referring to agenda item I1A, Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook Conservation Objectives. The STT discussed potential processes for developing new conservation objectives for Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook salmon. At the April 2023 meeting, the STT provided a report to the PFMC, which supported initiating an ad hoc work group process to review and potentially update the conservation objectives for both SRFC and KRFC. The STT continues to support the formation of work groups that include diverse teams of participants with technical and subject matter expertise. The STT has reviewed the draft terms of reference documents and found the list of entities identified for participation appear to be appropriate, and the STT continues to support stakeholder involvement throughout the process. With regard to Sacramento River Fall Chinook, there has been substantial work completed on topics associated with the Fall Chinook conservation objective. Some research has been completed since the 2022 methodology review and is currently in the publication process. Therefore, a full array of available information may not be well known to the council and its advisory bodies. A technical workshop where the recent science products could be identified, presented, and discussed may be a good first step in efforts to develop a new conservation objective. Such a workshop could be held prior to or as part of an ad hoc work group process. The STT acknowledges that there's a lot of work to be done to address the issues concerning Sacramento River Fall Chinook management and believes that an efficient path forward would be to first conduct a workshop which could help define the scope and tasks of an ad hoc technical work group. With regard to Klamath River Fall Chinook, the STT is also supportive of an ad hoc work group to identify interim fishery management objectives for the stock following dam removal. There is substantial uncertainty in how fish will repopulate the newly available habitat upstream of the Iron Gate Dam site and how the habitat below the dam will be affected. In the near term, fisheries could be designed such that the projected Klamath River Fall Chinook exploitation rate is lower than the control rule defined maximum if there was a desire to have increased escapement to the river. The work group could then focus on developing and applying an active adaptive management approach that would be informed by data following dam removal. Habitat-based models could also be considered or developed by the work group for estimating stock recruit reference points as data accumulates. And the key component of the Klamath River Fall Chinook work group should be to identify the data and monitoring needed for annual assessments and the formation of new management objectives. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions for the STT on their report? And there are no hands here, Dr. O'Farrell. So again, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report. James Stone is online to present that. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm James Stone. I'm the California Sport SAS representative, and I will be reading under agenda item I-1A, Supplemental SAS Report number 1, dated June 2023. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel SAS supports reviews the conservation objectives for the Sacramento Fall Chinook SRFC and the Klamath River Fall Chinook KRFC. The SAS recommends forming 2 individual ad hoc work groups who will identify objectives, management, and scoping issues. Each group should consist of the proper government and tribal salmon management agencies, scientists, salmon technical team, STT, and SAS members, and stakeholders. The Pacific Fishery Management Council was briefed on the SRFC, KRFC conservation objectives, agenda item E.5 on the Klamath River Dam Removal Project and agenda item E.9 in April 2023. The Klamath River Work Group, KRWG, faces many more management challenges with dam removal and the uncertainty of salmon returns to specific geographic locations. California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, and National Marine Fishery Service, NMFS, both estimate it will possibly take 3 to 4 generations to collect enough data to get accurate information to set long-term conservation goals. Therefore, the KRWG should be active before, during, and after dam removal and analyzing its findings. This work group will help managers address the potential need to identify interim management measures for KRFC stock. The SAS understands that NMFS has flexibility within the current fishery management plan to adjust current management goals on an annual basis. The Sacramento River Work Group, SRWG, would start with an update of past and current work done on conservation objectives. The SAS supports the need to start SRWG with an overview of all data and science supporting revised conservation objectives and proper management measures for SRFC. This would bypass the idea of a workshop and task the SRWG to conduct the work instead. The CDFW spurred council discussion on the renewed concern for the SRFC stock. The council generally concurred that continuing progress on the SRFC conservation objective review appeared equally important. The SAS expects to be involved with the work group process, considering the importance of the SRFC stock to inland and ocean fisheries. The SAS recommends that the council form 2 work groups outlined above, consisting of the appropriate salmon management agencies. The SAS does have concerns of raising the objective prematurely without other salmon management issues being addressed. The SAS has concerns on dam removal, sediment, hatchery production outputs, adult returns, and water management, which all play a vital role in conservation objective. The SAS feels these work groups are critical to finding the correct conservation objectives. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, James. Questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? And there are no questions, so again, thank you very much. We will now move to the public comment that completes our advisory body reports. There are 2 signed up. First, we have Larry Phillips. Larry will be followed by James Stone. So Larry Phillips, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How about your end?
Great. Go right ahead.
Great. Thank you. I think, interestingly enough, I think we heard the word uncertainty about 8 times during Robin and Susan's presentations. So I think that's a good tee up for this conversation. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council, and others. For the record, my name is Larry Phillips. I'm the Pacific Fisheries Policy Director for the American Sport Fishing Association. I'm here today to provide testimony on agenda item I-1B, the public comments of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook conservation objectives. So my specific comments today are going to be regarding the Klamath River Dam Removal Project. As we all know, the largest dam removal project in our nation's history has begun. Once completed, we anticipate about 400 linear miles of habitat could be accessible to anadromous fish, including fall chinook. As we begin this process of developing conservation objectives, it's critical that we all understand the level of uncertainty regarding biological and environmental impacts facing Klamath River salmon and steelhead. And just a few of these areas of uncertainty include negative impacts of juvenile fish associated with additional dam removal. This is something that we certainly was documented in the Elwha removal project that's associated with high sediment. Concerns about poor water quality being a migration barrier at Keno Dam. Specifically, that's looking at from June till September, potentially a complete barrier. Natural spawner contribution. Currently, there's a very large hatchery program on the Klamath River, and those are undoubtedly contributing to the natural spawner population. There's been a proposal to reduce that production almost in half. And so our ability to meet our conservation objectives, obviously being developed, but could be compromised by that. And then the long-term unpredictability of environmental conditions in river flows, temperatures, ocean productivity are all first and foremost in front of us with our ability to in-season manage and manage long-term. Likelihood that Klamath River Fall Chinook may remain in an overfish status, even in the absence of fisheries that was defined in the rebuilding plan. And the commitments, both John and Phil Anderson touched on this, the commitment to invest in monitoring and evaluation in newly opened habitat. In 2023 policy opportunity package submitted to Governor Kotek for monitoring and evaluation to the tune of about a little under $1 million. It sounds from what John shared with us a minute ago that line item was not included in the governor's budget, which is disappointing. The legislature's budget, which will go for approval to the governor, was not included. So that is disappointing. So we appreciate the adaptive management approach, but have significant concerns with our ability to make informed science-based changes due to limited resources. And this is specifically to Oregon. We're also concerned that meeting short-term fall Chinook escapement may be compromised by the decision that's already been made to reduce hatchery production from 6 million to 3 million. This is for fall Chinook. These uncertainties all have a potential to impact our ability to meet our yet to be determined conservation objectives and impact fisheries from Cape Falcon to newly opened habitat in Oregon. And I don't have to remind this group that we're in conversations right now about disaster relief for the complete closure of fisheries from south of Cape Falcon all the way to the Mexican border this year. ASA supports the development of an ad hoc work group to inform this process as we move forward, facing significant uncertainty, but we would also respectfully request that recreational fishing interests be meaningfully represented in this effort. That concludes my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Phillips on his testimony? And not seeing any hands here. Thank you again, Larry. And we will next move to James Stone. Welcome back, James.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Members of the council, my name is James Stone. I am the President and Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing over 600 guides, licensed guides in the state of California, primarily from east of the Carquinez Bridge up into the Sacramento watershed systems. And I wanted to talk to you today. I've brought up multiple times to this council and about the Sacramento Conservation Objective before it was even agendized. And so first and foremost, I appreciate the Sacramento River Objective finally being agendized, and I appreciate the Klamath Conservation Objective being represented finally today in front of the council, and we're taking care of these issues. I'll start off with the Klamath Conservation Objective. Our organization working on the river every single day and analyzing the effects that are going to come with dam removal. There are a lot of unintended consequences, which we've mentioned many times today from many different groups and agencies. And there are a lot of concerns. Primarily ours is going to be sediment and armoring a lot of the habitat that is available in the lower system below the dams. We also have concerns about what the adult return and passage will look like moving forward into the future. And we definitely will be supporting, an interim floor until we can reach a permanent floor or a permanent Klamath conservation objective, and look forward to being involved in those discussions on the Klamath. Another big concern of ours on the Klamath is the hatchery output and the reduction of hatchery production on the Klamath side from Iron Gate's 6 million smolts down to the Fall Creek, which will be under 3 million smolts and fry combination. We feel that during this reintroduction, recolonization period, it's going to be vital that we utilize every form of management style to rebuild these populations as quickly as possible in order to ensure that we do not have further fishery closures further out than this year, and next year's not looking that well so far. Looking at the spring run and winter run return numbers so far. Moving on to the Sacramento Conservation Objective, in 1984, when the original floor was designed for 122,000 to 180,000 fall run Chinook salmon, we were supposed to revise that Sacramento Conservation Objective in 2011 when the Red Bluff diversion dams were removed and opening up that upper 30 plus miles of additional habitat for spawning. There's been lots of work and science done in this objective. I've read and analyzed and all of the reports so far that I've received and reviewed from the Pacific Southwest Science Center, as well as many other independent peer-reviewed journalists and scientists, and they've all stated that an increase in the flora escapement is vital to the sustainability of the fishery and the species. 14 of the last 16 years, from 2006 to 2023, 14 of the 16 have been terrible fishing years in our sector. We are the last user group to access the resource of the Chinook salmon, the fall run Chinook salmon throughout the Sacramento, Feather, and American Rivers, Delta, and Bay system. But 14 of the last 16 years have been terrible fishing. 6 of the last 8 years, we have failed to even meet the minimum Sacramento conservation objective of 122,000. So there are other management tools that are going to be in place to making sure that we meet this, and what we're hoping that we will discuss with inside the work group. We feel that the work group is more important to start now rather than a workshop, because a workshop will just further delay this down the road, and we need to get moving, especially with all of the work that has already been done previously. We recommend that we include the HCR analysis and fishery and other fisheries management tools to making sure that we can achieve the Sacramento conservation objective once the work group will start to analyze its findings and report back to the council. The importance of completing this task is vital to our long-term healthy fisheries management in the ocean and of our species escapement and inland fisheries inside. I also want to bring up that the hatchery production in the Sacramento system is also some of the lowest on record. The last couple of years, the state and federal government have increased by a few million fish, bringing us up to about 35 to 36 million fall run Chinook salmon out of our hatchery systems in the Sacramento watershed. But we know that that is not going to make up for the hundreds of millions of fish that once thrived in our river system. A healthy river is the best hatchery, as many people have once said, and we do support proper management of our watersheds as well as our other areas of fisheries management to build the stock back up. We know that when 122,000 fish come back, it does not offer a good opportunity for a fishery for recreational anglers throughout the Sacramento watershed or for businesses trying to access the resource and take people fishing. So therefore, until these natural spawners are built back up in this watershed and we are sending more fish home with proper habitat and water to spawn, we must increase and recommend to increase our hatchery outputs to make sure that we are getting enough fish out to the ocean and making sure that we keep the fleets fishing, as well as all recreational anglers and Californians and tourists accessing fall run Chinook salmon in both of these systems. So to conclude, I would like to say that NorCal Guides and Sportsmen supports the immediate formation of both ad hoc work groups through the council for the Sacramento and the Klamath system, and would love to be involved and share our expertise of our on-time water experience and what we're seeing every single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Stone on his testimony? Butch Smith.
Good morning, James. Great testimony. I was wondering that, you know, the reality is starting to set in, and although we hope, you know, if dam removal and, you know, in the next few years there would just be a river full of salmon, but that's likely not going to happen right away. And there'll probably be, you know, there's, as you heard, there's some successes on the Elwha, and then there's some more work to do, you know, in a long-term solution to hopefully get the river back to what it once was. But in saying that, this is going to be an expensive slog, and I'm wondering, with your leadership in your guide industry and the other people you work with in California and hopefully Southern Oregon, if you thought about kind of heading off ahead of time and maybe developing a program that you can help with both states in monitoring those fish that hopefully make it, you know, back up into places they haven't been, because with budgets being really hard to come by and money hard to come by, I would think it'd be prudent maybe to sit down with the states and maybe kind of develop a volunteer program to help them do the monitoring also, and better to do it ahead of time than right when you're in the middle of the battle. So anyway, great testimony, great hearing from you. Those are a couple questions on your testimony that I have, and looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, James. Would you like to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your comments. And yeah, we have those same kind of questions when it comes to monitoring. You know, our organization, we have developed an app for monitoring of multiple species, salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, and striped bass in California, and are actively using it and are having analysis done Cal Poly Humboldt on some other species, but we have already created a real-time app to monitor fish and to monitor harvest as well, which is working very well. And we look forward to further discussions with our state in regards to that, into that aspect for harvest, and to revising the creel component as well, because it's not as accurate as it needs to be. We believe in Ditson systems, and we believe in real-time monitoring. And if we could get to that point, I think that would be substantial, so that we actually know exactly how many fish are accessing each watershed. In the Sacramento system, our state has been putting tens of millions of dollars forward to try to put fish above rim dams. They're going to be moving the Winter Run above Shasta and the McLeod Arm. They're moving Spring Run above the Yuba dams off of the Feather River. And there might be possible other fish moved above rim dams when it comes to the ESA listed stocks. And so that is going to be, something to where if we have counters and cameras, that will definitely help in a lot of areas. I know that DWR on the state side is implementing a new counting weir and a monitoring camera on the low flow of the Feather River, which is the largest tributary off of the Sac. And we should start getting better real-time numbers of our spring run and our fall run once that device is installed, which is supposedly going to be this year. Then I will also last say that on the Klamath, we've been told by our state that we will not be fishing inland above these dams for at least 3 to 4 generations. So more than likely it is going to take, those 10 to 12 years, but we will definitely be available, and we are definitely always available for discussion too. But we would love to help in any which way we can to build back these species and build back the stocks so that we're all on the water more. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Stone? And there are no hands. So again, thank you, James. Have a good morning. That concludes the public testimony and will move us into our council discussion and action. The tasks are there on the screen before us, primarily looking at a path forward, a process, and a timeline, considering both stocks of fish. So I will look around for any hands to initiate discussion. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a quick update on the California budget situation. I didn't have that handy, unlike John North for Oregon. I've learned that the Klamath dam removal monitoring budget change proposal that we had submitted that would allow for monitoring and collection of information on juvenile productivity and adult returns for the lower river in the new habitat after the dams were removed. That BCP was approved and is now part of the budget. So that's good news. I don't have specifics on what it does to augment staffing, but it does support our at least our routine monitoring and new monitoring needed in the new areas, the new habitat areas. So that's the update on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion, guidance, motions. Everybody's thinking carefully on this one. Maybe I'll ask Robin, do you want to just summarize again what we're looking for in terms of a pathway forward?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah. So essentially for Klamath River Fall Chinook and Sacramento Fall Chinook, I think we all agree that work needs to be done. The question I think right now is how are we going to do that and time it so that the work we do is, able to put some thought into it and is well done. So for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the suggestion has been that an ad hoc work group could potentially be formed and that they could start looking at the management measures for that stock, and especially in light of the Klamath River dams coming out. For the Sacramento Fall Chinook, there was kind of two different thoughts. Certainly want to get the work done. And one way to do that would be to collect a body of experts and have a workshop that could help outline the tasks and give a better idea of process and timeline of the work to be done, especially given there are more items for SAC Fall that have been discussed. Relative to the tools that we use to manage, as well as the management measures themselves, to first then have a workshop, and then from that decide if an ad hoc work group would be appropriate, or just go ahead and form a ad hoc work group for SAC Fall and have their first tasks be to conduct the work of what a workshop might do. Again, both of these items are very important from what I hear from the council. They may not be following the same path forward, just in the sense of timing or even process, but we do want to make sure that we are making progress on both, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be lockstep moving forward. So, I think that just focusing on making some or providing some guidance on what it is that the council would want to do so that we could address each of those topics individually would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Just a comment here and maybe a question. We've heard a lot of talk this week about budgets, about bandwidth of staff and the council and workload, all of those things. And I'd just like to hear from our executive director how he sees this. Is this, fitting into the realm of things and how we should proceed, and how the funding goes for this and all of that? Or do we, just so we go into this with our eyes wide open, understanding how it affects our overall performance, and particularly the concerns we heard about staffing this week?
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for the question, Mr. Dooley. This is something that has been on my mind a lot in regards to this item in particular, and I don't have a clear answer because it's a question that concerns multiple agencies. And so from our vantage point, our salmon officer is Robin, and she is also stretched now with halibut. And we are down a staff officer. And so we don't have much more that we can give. In conversations that we've had with the National Marine Fisheries Service and CDFW, the similar concerns have also been expressed. I won't speak for those other agencies, but there are staffing concerns all around. One thing to think about is that this might be how we have to work our way through this issue, is that there's a bit of an iteration between the vision that we have for addressing these conservation objectives in terms of, is it a workshop? Is it a working group that survives for 10 years? And those are different staffing. Those will take different staffing needs. So depending on the vision, that also relates to staff. And I don't know that we'll have to iterate a bit on that here for a little bit to figure out what we can do. And I realize that's not a very solid answer, but I think that's just where we are at the moment.
Thank you. Marcy or Bob, follow up.
Yeah, thank you for that, Merrick. I appreciate it. I just wanted to raise it to have it on people's minds to consider as we go through this, because there's obviously a lot of desire to pursue this, and the importance is there, and there's no doubt about it. But as we go through this, we ought to be thinking about not only what we want to do, but how we can do it efficiently. So I appreciate your comments, and I realize it was a little much to ask on the spot, but thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you. And just to reiterate what I did hear Ms. Bishop indicate is that, and maybe you would like to speak to this, Ms. Bishop, but she said earlier that they are able to staff one of these ideas. I haven't heard that same clarity from ODFW or CDFW, but there are some markers that are being put down that I'm making note of. So.
Okay, Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to follow up a bit on the budget question from Bob. I believe I recall there was a small line item in the council's 2023 budget for support for either a work group or a workshop to do some things in 2020 calendar year 2023. I recall it wasn't a lot of money, but it did at least set aside a small amount for activities related to salmon work groups or workshops. So maybe you can elaborate on that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. The short answer is yes, there is a line item, and I'm just pulling up the file now. If you'd like a particular number, I don't have that right at my fingertips, but it won't take me too long. If I recall correctly, that line item is specifically for travel. And if you'd like a particular number, just give me a minute.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, that's not necessary. I just wanted to note that, in fact, we had planned ahead and accounted for an expected meeting of sorts. That was really all I wanted to identify. I think there's a lot of room to work with the funds available and with virtual formats expected for much of this work. I think we're in good shape. Thank you.
All right, look around for further hands here. And if you just need some visual reminders too on what we're trying to do, and Robin's PowerPoint slide 10, I think, covered the Klamath River, some possible steps forward. Slide 17 covered the Sacramento. Good summary. Marcy.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion ready for the council's consideration.
All right, we'll take that up right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the following. 1, for Klamath River Fall Chinook, form an ad hoc KRFC work group and adopt the draft terms of reference and its proposed purpose, membership, milestones, and general timeline as shown in agenda item I-1 supplemental attachment 2. A, task the KRFC work group with developing recommendations to the council regarding interim management measures by March of 2024 for inclusion in the 2024 preseason planning process with an update to the council in November. Number 2, for Sacramento Fall Chinook, form an ad hoc SRFC work group and adopt, as modified below, the draft terms of reference as shown in agenda item I-1 supplemental attachment 3. A, modify the milestones and general timeline elements in the draft ad hoc SRFC work group tour to hold a first work group meeting with the purpose of planning a technical workshop, ideally in fall of 2023. The goal of the workshop would be to review recent science that may contribute toward developing a revised conservation objective as referenced by the STT in agenda item I-1 supplemental STT report, June 2023. B, the work group would develop a summary report of the workshop for the council and advisory body review in support of a future council agenda item for scoping of a revised SAC fall conservation objective and related harvest control rule and reference point alternatives. The target timeline for this agenda item would be either November 2023 or spring 2024. The work group would also update the council on the recommended next steps, timeline, and process to evaluate the conservation objective and related management measures.
Thank you, Marcy. The language on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I will look for a second. Seconded by Corey Ridings. Thank you. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll start with Klamath. And just note that I thank the technical architects of the tour for their detailed forethought and inclusion of a lot of content here in the draft tour for our consideration. I think it was carefully crafted with its proposed purpose and focus on the technical and monitoring elements of the work that's going to be needed by members of the work group. We've heard a lot about the need for this group to get up to speed and functioning quickly in light of the imminent situation with dam removal, to get together and work toward developing recommendations to the council regarding any need for interim management measures that the council would need to consider in the upcoming 2024 management cycle. Asking them to provide us an update on their work in November is appropriate. This is a very quick timeline as identified back in April in our initial discussions on this. There is the need for urgency to get the group up and running so that they can have some time to make meaningful recommendations in light of the newest information available this fall. Moving to Sacramento, there was some discussion initially about what comes first, a workshop, a work group. And I think this motion intends to capture all of it, I guess, concurrently. I appreciate a discussion I had last night with Susan Bishop about the workshop and the nature of that event. And we got into the detail talking about, well, who's going to plan it? Who's going to conduct it? We can't expect our council staff to take that on and orchestrate the speakers and the scientific information that we expect to be brought into this workshop. So it did seem appropriate to go ahead, excuse me, and form the work group and task them straight away with planning such a workshop so that the agency members of that work group would be bringing the right group of technical experts that have the most and newest available science and are able to convene an effective workshop. Thinking about, well, what comes out of a workshop? How do you keep that momentum alive? You don't want to just have a workshop and have discussion and then have it fall flat and not plan ahead for incorporating that information and those discussions into the process. So it seemed very reasonable to task the work group with preparing a report back to the council on the outcomes of that workshop. And then, very similar to how we conduct other workshop-like activities in the council arena, similar to things like star panels, where we receive star panels back or reports back to us for consideration. And that also allows for the report from the workshop to be available for public comment and review, and of course, advisory body comment and review. So that does allow an effective mechanism for engagement of the council family as a whole. And then the council would, continue on with scoping of alternatives for developing a revised conservation objective after the work group is able to reconvene and update us on the recommended next steps and timeline to develop a revised conservation objective and any related management measures such as the harvest control rule or reference points. So with that, I would just also acknowledge that we've had a lot of discussion, both in the formation of the white paper and in preparation for the team meetings. A lot of the agencies have really come together and had a number of offline discussions about how we view the importance of both of these items and how to, I guess, make clear that the goals of the two work groups are quite different and potentially on, clearly on different timelines and with different products to the council. And yet they are of equal importance. I think we've been very clear that this is not a one or an other. So I believe what we have here, the plan ahead with the content of the motion and the terms of reference for each of the work groups, that we'll effectively set the work in motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. Mr. Yaremko, in the language of the motion, it indicates that the council would adopt the draft terms of reference. And I was curious whether that would allow the work groups, when they are formed, to review those terms of reference and potentially provide any additional additions or suggested revisions that they might highlight back to the council, say in September.
Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Absolutely. I think, the draft terms of reference is they're excellent starting points. You can see that the language of the motion already modifies in the Sacramento work group, the elements related to milestones and timeline. I would expect that once these groups have come together and met, that they likely will have additional edits and additions to timelines and milestones. And certainly I think we're interested in receiving that input and modifying the tours iteratively as these processes proceed.
Further questions?
Just one follow-up. Thank you. I appreciate that response. And also I was remiss in not echoing Ms. Yaremko's appreciation of all the work that council staff put in to these documents to help further the council discussion and greatly help the agency deliberations that Marcy referred to. I do have just one follow-up for clarity. For the KRFC work group, under 1A, it says task the KRFC work group with developing recommendations to the council regarding interim management measures by March of 2024. That seems to echo one of the milestones in the draft TORs. 3G, provide sufficient data and material needed to inform council decision-making during the 2024 preseason salmon process as best as possible. So I was just curious if that was meant to emphasize that milestone in the TORs or if that in fact was a different assignment. Thank you.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan, for that question. I think the task specifically in front of the work group would be to provide recommendations on interim management measures. In order to do that, I think they need to do exactly what that milestone 3G requires. I just felt like it might help to add some clarity about what we were really expecting them to do. They may not want to bring back specific data points to us. And in fact, I think we're asking them to synthesize that information and bring it back to us in the form of a recommendation. So it was not intended to not intended to replace the milestone that is identified in 3G, but in fact to emphasize that we expect them to use that information and bring it forward to us in a form that's useful for us in the preseason process.
So just to clarify, so it sounds like you're saying it would complement that element of the TORs, just so that to help the work group not bring us back another question if there was confusion. So
thank you, Susan. Yes, that is the word I was looking for. Complement.
All right. Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra, do you mind scrolling down a bit? A little bit further. Yeah, thank you. Marcy, thanks for this motion. Just a real quick question. Near the bottom of the screen there, it says the target timeline for this agenda item would be either November 2023 or spring of 2024. My reading of this motion says that we would be probably ready in November of 2023. We've heard a lot today about the urgency and importance of this. Next April is kind of a bit away from now, and wondering, just trying to get your thinking behind those two deadlines.
Marcy, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. Thinking about the steps from here forward, forming a work group to plan, to have a meeting to plan a workshop, conducting said workshop, and then having the work group develop a report out of that workshop already is a number of steps and a significant obligation. Recognizing that this would be a council-sponsored workshop, and recognizing the crammed fall calendar already, it seemed appropriate to build in a bit of flexibility here in terms of scheduling, and yet at the same time to signal our intent that we intend to kick this off and get the workshop planned and scheduled so that the activities of the work group following from the workshop can get underway. I think I view the workshop as a very critical piece in furthering our scoping activities on developing revisions to the conservation objective. There is a lot of new science that's happening in a number of circles. And I think having an opportunity for that science to be presented comprehensively in a workshop format does create a lot of content that then the work group can synthesize and report back to us on. But again, I think in terms of the scheduling, we've always been encouraged not to be too prescriptive with timelines when it comes to activities of council staff, and we want to leave some discretion there for Robin and Merrick to effectively plan the activities. So that was the intent with the targets.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for clarification? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Marcy, for the motion. Under questions for clarification, under the membership, the one that is identified for Pacific Fishery Management Council, and this is a technical representative. So was the thought there to have someone from the STT represent the Pacific Council there from a technical perspective, or what? Just trying to understand kind of what the thought was there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe there is a representative or a Pacific Fishery Management Council member identified for both the Sacramento and the Klamath work group. So just making sure that's what we're talking about. I would leave this to the council staff's discretion, similar to I think the way all of the agencies are viewing membership on the work group. in the sense that the agencies will be expected to offer a representative to council staff on the timelines identified in each of these terms of reference. So it would be, my expectation was that this, in identifying an agency representative, would be at the discretion of the council. I don't know if Robin might be able to elaborate better on her thoughts about their role as a member of the work group.
Thank you. I think Chair Gorelnik wanted to comment on that.
I'll defer to Executive Director Merrick Burden.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. As indicated in the scoping report, we do have a list of entities, and you'll note in the list of entities there that we weren't prescriptive about that being staff or a member of a technical team or a council member. And I think any of those would be appropriate. It depends on what it is we're trying to do here. And so if I'm interpreting Ms. Yaremko's motion correctly, there would be, you could think of let's see here, the work group, which is being set up to plan a technical workshop. So those are two different functions. And so the work group could be a council member helping to flesh that out. And then the technical workshop would be made up of the technical folks. And so that's something that I'll offer for your consideration, just in light of the staffing challenges that we do have. It's hard for me to imagine us being on all of those things as staff. And so we're happy to administer and support. But I think considering this more broadly than just staff would be an appropriate thought process.
Chair Gorelnik?
Yeah, when I looked at the composition in the draft terms of reference, it struck me as sort of an STT plus membership list. Now, in that, half or more of the members of those organizations already have representatives on the STT. Now, I don't know if CDFW, for example, or ODF&W or NIMS, the Science Center, are going to use the same personnel on those committees, on the work group, as they currently have on the STT. But that was, when I looked at that, it struck me as logical. So as far as whether the council representative is technical or not, it really would be our staff officer, who is pretty spread pretty thin right now already.
Phil?
I just have a couple more questions, if I might. There's also a provision for contractors or additional expertise as deemed necessary or suggested by work group participating entities. That, to me, the way it's worded is pretty loose. So is that to suggest members could be added to this work group outside the council process? Or if there was a contractor or additional expertise that was deemed necessary to be a member of the work group, would that come back here?
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think in developing these tours, council staff and agency staff considered the previous salmon work groups that had been developed for specific tasks in the recent past. So Sacramento Winter Run work group, the killer whale work group, the St. Coho work group. So in thinking about those experiences and how membership evolved in those groups, at least in the case of St. Coho, there was a hired contractor to perform a particular analysis that would be, and I believe, and probably Ms. Bishop is better to speak to this than I am, but there was a specific need in order to prepare analysis in support of the ultimate recommendations that came out of the work group and that were supported, approved, or recommended by the council. So having that analytical material completed by a contractor was the most efficient way to go. What I don't know is who paid for that contractor, if it was a council contractor, NIMS, I'm not positive.
Phil.
Just my last question is the individuals that would be identified to be on the either work group that are members from these various entities that are listed here. Would it be the responsibility of those entities to get their people to and from the work group meetings and workshops from a financial perspective? Are they paying their own way?
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think to the extent that we can accomplish quite a bit of the work virtually, that would be part of the goal. Not to preclude face-to-face meetings, but it would be my expectation that when these groups would meet in person face-to-face, that there are funds available in the council's travel budget to accommodate participation. And I would expect that that would mean one representative, the membership that is identified, from each agency, one representative from each agency that's listed. So I believe there are adequate funds to account for some amount of travel. The list of members proposed here is not super large, but maybe Merrick can speak to that in more detail.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you. Just to add some response to Ms. Anderson's question. So in looking at the details of our budget for 2023, we do have a line item for what we have titled Salmon Work Group Conservation Objectives. And in that line item, we've budgeted 10 travelers over the course of 3 days. And so that might give you some bounds for how large each of these groups might be and how frequently they would meet in person.
All right, further questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you for the reminder. One is just comment on Mr. Anderson's last point there. Just a reminder that at least for the Klamath River Fall Chinook work group, that work group is anticipated to be ongoing for quite a few years. So just in terms of staff and budget commitments, I think that was emphasized through the several reports and comments that we received from the advisory bodies. I did have one last clarifying question for Ms. Urimko. In the motion in terms of, I believe it was the Klamath, Sandra, if you could just scroll up a little bit. Yes, back to 1A, developing recommendations to the council regarding interim management measures. Just a question as to whether that would include consideration of the use of the current provisions in the fishery management plan in terms of what interim measures might be.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, absolutely. I think we enter into any discussions about management considering the current framework that's established in the fishery management plan, and acknowledging that there are ways that we can deviate from harvest control rules, reference points, et cetera. There is some flexibility there within the plan. So I think that's the logical starting place for consideration of interim management recommendations. So it's different. At the same time, I think we don't want to preclude discussion about measures that might require future FMP amendments. So I think we just have to see what they bring back to us. Thank you.
Further questions for clarification? I'm not seeing any. I thank everyone for those probing questions so we fully understand what this motion prescribes, commits the council and the participants to. So with that, I will open the floor to discussion on the motion. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And once again, thanks for the motion, Marcy. I think this represents a reasonable way for the council to engage in these important topics. I'm mindful that they are ad hoc work group, which to me means they have a specific purpose, and that purpose is finite. And when they have completed those finite and specific purposes, that the council would revisit the need to continue those as ad hoc work groups. I'm mindful of the comment that Ms. Bishop just made that on the Klamath River one, that it is likely going to be needed to be in place for some time, as I understood that remark. And I appreciate the need for that. But that said, I think given that they are both proposed as ad hoc work groups, that we ought to have some timeline by which we review the work of those two work groups individually and decide whether they should continue as ad hoc work groups or be established as a permanent or whatever the decision might be. Relative to the membership, don't have any. I think the membership that's listed there seems to make sense to me. All but the contractors or additional expertise piece. I think it's perfectly appropriate for contractors, or if you want to bring in additional expertise, there may be a need to do that. That generally comes with some costs. And I think that in those cases, if there's going to be a contractor added, or they're going to bring some additional individual from some other entity in on a somewhat of a permanent basis relative to the ad hoc group, that should come back to the council for deliberation. On the cost, I do believe that while if there is some assistance that is available to be provided by the council from a travel perspective, I think that's fair. But at the same time, I mean, this is to me is I was going to say a partnership. All of this work, in my mind, cannot fall on the council as being responsible. We are one of the entities that need to be a part of this. But at the same time, I think the members that are coming from, whether it's National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or either one of the two state agencies, my general thought is that those agencies should provide the resources for their representatives to participate in these two ad hoc work groups. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Phil. Further discussion. Looking around, John North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. reading through the material that was put together for this agenda item and was very helpful. Thank you. You know, I was struggling with that typical challenge of balancing, you know, how to make near-term quick progress, you know, get some work going on two important issues simultaneously and balancing that with staff workload. And incorporating flexibility due to uncertainties, but and also, you know, workshops versus work groups and which is first and all that. But I think the motion that's been presented here is pretty good, and it's about as good as we can put together given where we're at. Just wanted to offer that.
Thank you, John. Further discussion? Marcy Uremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to follow up a little bit about agencies bearing the cost of travel for participating in any scheduled meetings in person. I guess I just want to note that I agree in part, but I think if you look at the membership for the Klamath work group, it does include a number of agencies that may not have ability to absorb the cost of travel. So just to flag that, I would leave that, acknowledging that we do have a small amount of money, as Merrick indicated, for 10 representatives to participate in an in-person meeting for a 3-day period. I guess I would just ask for some flexibility there. Usually when we form ad hoc work groups, the council does, and we travel and attend a meeting. I think the normal way we operate for representatives to ad hoc groups is that we do pay for travel when we schedule meetings in person. So I guess I wouldn't want to here and now determine that the council would schedule an in-person meeting and not pay for a participant from each of the agencies identified on the list. Hopefully that makes sense, but that would be my remark, is that generally I believe the council does fund travel for participation in ad hoc work groups. And I don't see a reason at this time to deviate from that general policy.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Susan Bishop.
I just actually had a question for Mr. Anderson when he commented that he thought that he made the point that ad hoc work groups were established for a purpose and for generally a finite period of time, and would like to, if I think I had it right, make sure that the work groups report back to the council on sort of specific timeframes, and that the council had the ability to revisit the formation of that work group or the tasks that were assigned to it. I noticed in the Sacramento TORs under the purpose, there's a very explicit requirement for the work group to provide the council with the work plan and timeline to then develop the alternative management measures, et cetera. That same language or provision is not in the Klamath TORs. And so, but there's other language further down in the milestones that kind of speak to that. So my question to Mr. Anderson was whether he felt like there needed to be more explicit language in the Klamath TORs along the lines of Sacramento, or whether the language in the Klamath TORs is sufficient to address his point.
Thank you. Phil, would you like to respond?
Well, I'm not proposing to add language. I'm more, I mean, could do that. I'm more interested in just having the discussion around the table here so that we have a general understanding. And that if we put I don't know what the appropriate timeframe is, if it's 2 years or something like that, where I would hope that the language that's in the Sacramento piece, in terms of a work plan and timeline, I hope that would be a part of the Klamath work group as well. I haven't studied the language to see whether I think it's sufficient or not, but if there's a general understanding that would be an expectation of the council, that's certainly sufficient for me.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a note on the Klamath work group. While it is acknowledged that there is the potential for this group to continue to need to meet for a number of years, there's also the potential that this work group will develop a framework for interim management that would be applicable for some number of years and would therefore not need to continue to meet beyond some number of initial years. So I just want to flag that I wouldn't bank on that group needing to remain in existence for 8 years. I think we just need to give them the time to figure out what the need is. Thanks.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just in the interest of making sure we're all on the same page, as I think about administering these groups and what we will have on future council agendas, what Ms. Yaremko just outlined is consistent with how I'm formulating this time horizon. So that is to say that on the Klamath aspect of this motion, that I have not been predisposed to concluding it's a long-term thing, and that first we would have the work group do some work, and from there we might learn that they are able to establish a conservation framework that then our usual process could run with. And at that point, we would presumably end the task of that ad hoc committee. So I guess what I'm looking at is that let's let that play out. And at that time, we'd be able to determine if this is a short-term or a longer-term setup that we're heading down the road with. So I offer that for hopeful clarity.
All right, thank you. And I will add that it is important to fully understand what commitments are made here, but the council on a regular basis does review the composition and need of the ad hoc work groups. So we do pay attention to that. Further discussion on the motion. Make sure I cover the entire table here, and I'm not seeing hands, so I will go ahead and call for the question then. The motion is on the screen before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. And with that, I'm going to ask that we put the screen, there it is, our council action, and look to Robin to see what other further guidance or action is needed here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you've done your work under this agenda item, but I'm going to recap what I heard to make sure we're all on the same page. So for item 1 for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the council has decided to form an ad hoc work committee and has identified the members or the agencies that are going to provide members to that. The first task of that group would be to identify the management measures for the upcoming 2024 salmon season. They'd like to see an update in November of 2023. We look to have their first meeting in August of 2023, which is a quick turnaround. From my standpoint, I would certainly ask the agencies to provide the names of the individual members so that we can get going on getting ready for that meeting. For your second agenda item here, action for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, the council has decided to form an ad hoc work group for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The first task would be to conduct a workshop to identify the data available, the data gaps, and any timeline and processes needed. The goal there would be to provide a progress report in November at the earliest, but could be in the spring of 2024, and that first meeting would take place in September or October. And again, given the timelines, asking the agencies to provide names to our executive director so that we can get those formed. So I think through the motion and the action that you've taken, you've identified a time frame for these immediate tasks, and am certain that perhaps when we get to tomorrow and your future workload planning, we'll be putting some of these items on the year at a glance. So with that, I think that summarizes what I heard, and I think your work under this is done if I got it all straight.
Thank you, Robin. So there's a outside task, Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Robin, for that summary. Just to make sure we are all clear. So tomorrow, when we come back under membership appointments, at that time, we'd be looking for you to provide a name that would represent the council on these work groups. And if there's further discussion to be had about the folks that you want to appoint from your respective agencies, we can have that discussion then too as well.
Chair Gorelnik.
Yeah, so I think council members who might be interested in either of those appointments, talk to me so we can line things up for tomorrow.
All right, so there's some rollover of the action we just took into our council appointments tomorrow and also into workload planning. So we'll talk about that some more, but I will look around and see if there are any other comments. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. So on the appointments to these two ad hoc work groups, my assumption was that the chair had the ability to make those appointments based on the recommendations you received from the entities. And so just this last interchange, are you asking the management entities to bring those names forward tomorrow? Is that what I understood, or what?
I will ask either Chair Gorelnik or Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. In terms of tomorrow, I think it would be good for the council to discuss and decide who should represent the council. And then we do have, as Miss Elke indicated, I think if we need another maybe 3 weeks to decide who we want to bring from the other agencies, let's give ourselves that amount of time after we adjourn the meeting here.
Right. Is that clear? Any other comments, discussion on this? Otherwise, I'm not seeing any. Just a head nod from Robin again. We've completed our work. So that will close out this agenda item. And before we commence with our next one, we've finished 1 minute ahead of schedule. So let's take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 10:10.
Recording stopped.
1 minute warning, please migrate back to our seats so we can get started here.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to get started here on our first highly migratory species management agenda item, J1, the NIMS report. Before we start, I'd like to welcome to the table in the California seat, John Ugaritz. Morning, John. And with that, I will turn it over to Kit Dahl for an orientation. Go ahead, Kit.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So just briefly, this is a presentation from the West Coast region and also the opportunity for the Science Center. You had a region report in the advanced briefing book, and there was a supplemental report submitted by the region that I think has been available for a while. And there is also some presentation slides that just got uploaded from the Southwest Fishery Science Center. So you can expect to hear from them as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wolf to kick things off.
All right. Let me check and make sure there's no questions. In the overview, I don't think so. And I failed also my eyesight to recognize Ms. Catherine Kempton in the general counsel seat. So welcome. Good morning. And now I'll turn it over to Ryan Wolf. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. NIMS has two reports here that I will summarize. First of all, we are pleased to report on May 8th, we published the final regulations to authorize deep set buoy gear under the HMS FMP. Buoy gear will be permitted on an open access basis north of Point Conception for any HMS permit holder who obtains a buoy gear endorsement. Also, on June 7th, we opened applications for the limited entry deep set buoy gear fishing within the Southern California Bight. These applications close on August 7th, and we encourage all interested fishermen, whether or not they received a pre-qualification letter, to apply. And I'd like to draw attention to the informational report in the briefing books. Informational report 8. It does have very detailed information on the limited entry permitting process and instructions on how to apply. And of course, you can also find all that information on the NIMS website as well. The other update in our report 1 relates to the Loggerhead Conservation Area closure and the drift gillnet regulations. NIMS regulations describe a closure of DGN fishing based on abnormally high sea surface temperatures in the Southern California Bight. The ENSO, or the El Nino Southern Oscillation reports that cover sea surface temperatures for March, April, and May indicated an El Nino watch status. However, warmer than normal SSTs have not been present off of Southern California, so thus the closure has not been triggered for the regulations. We continue to monitor National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center monthly reports, the NOAA Coast Watch, West Coast Regional Node Loggerhead Conservation Status page for these temperature anomalies in the Southern California Bight, and we'll react accordingly. For our second report, or supplemental report 2, This provides some information about the total tool, that is the temperature observations to avoid loggerhead tool. This total tool uses a temperature indicator and a threshold or a limit reference point to help guide the timing of leatherback conservation area closures. And I won't speak to this in more detail because you're about to get a presentation, I believe, from the Science Center on this. But I'll just note that through May of 2023, the total status indicates no alert and no warmer than normal sea surface temperature anomalies in the Southern California Bight. So pretty straightforward at this meeting. That concludes my reports.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS reports? And no questions. So then I see we do have Ms. Heather Welch online to present that. Do we have the presentation available? And Heather, can you hear us?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Your presentation is coming up before us, so you may start whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you all so much for letting me speak to you today. My name is Heather Welch. I'm a UC Santa Cruz employee and a NOAA affiliate with the Environmental Research Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. So I'm currently in Monterey. And today I'm going to talk to you about a tool we built called Total that was intended to help decision-making regarding the closure of the Loggerhead Conservation Area off of Southern California. So you can sort of see the polygon on the map there. So it's sort of providing information on when that closure should be enacted. Next slide, please. And I apologize, this will be a little broad, but we have had some historical bycatch events for loggerheads off of Southern California. Next event slide, please. In California's drift gillnet, and perhaps just advance maybe 5 times here. There's some animations that can just go through. That's perfect, thank you. The drift gillnet is intended to catch swordfish, but there have historically been some loggerhead bycatch events. There's been 16 events over the last 20 years or so. And all of these events occurred when temperatures were warmer than normal, leading to the establishment of the Loggerhead Conservation Area, which is a closure that's enacted, as we just heard, when El Nino conditions are forecasted to occur or occurring, and when temperatures off of Southern California are warmer than normal. Advance, please. And so the goal behind this work was to use additional loggerhead data sets that were collected since the Loggerhead Conservation Area was established to see if we could refine the closure rule and come up with a better understanding of how temperature relates to turtles. So we now have aerial data, a citizen science hotline, and then some telemetry data for loggerheads to further refine this analysis. Next slide, please. Here's all of our data. The points there show you all the different data types. And for this analysis, perfect, thank you. We tested a series of indicators and thresholds. So the indicator is just the sea surface temperature time series. You can see it there in black. And then there's a threshold above or below which a closure would be enacted. And so we explored temperature in a number of different areas. You can see boxes A, B, C, and D. We looked at the correlation between temperature in those boxes and turtles. We also looked at different El Nino indicators to see if El Nino was driving turtle presence in the Southern California Bight. And we did a combination indicator that accounted for both local temperatures and El Nino conditions. Next slide, please. So this is just showing you some of the different indicator and threshold combinations we tested. Some of the indicators differ because we smoothed the temperature time series by a number of months to account for the lag between temperatures changing and turtle response. For example, temperatures might have to be warm for 6 months before turtles start appearing in the Southern California Bight. And then the dark, wide black lines you see there are the 3 historical closure periods that occurred. So there was closures in August 2014, June through August 2015, and June through August 2016. Next slide, please. This is another indicator we explored, and advance one more, please. So for all of these indicators we looked at, we asked 3 specific questions. Which rule, meaning indicator and threshold, had the lowest opportunity cost, so would result in the fewest amount of months with the closure enacted so that we're not over impacting fisheries operations. Second was which rule had the most overlap with sighted turtles. So of all the data sets we had, which indicator threshold combination would have prevented fishing during the most times we saw turtles. And lastly, which rule had the highest avoidance of historical bycatch? So of those 18 bycatch events, how many would we have avoided if this indicator and threshold that had been in place during that time period? Next slide, please. So this is the indicator and threshold that performed the best. Please advance one more. And this is a temperature anomaly within that local box that's directly centered over the Southern California Bight. And it's been smoothed by 6 months. So that means the management trigger for, if we were doing this month, June, would be average temperature anomalies in November to May preceding this month. And we found that using this rule, the closure would only have been enacted 19% of the time, which is good. We want this percentage to be low. It would have had 100% overlap with sighted turtles, which is good. We want this number to be high. And it would have avoided 88% of those historical bycatch events, which again, we'd like that number to be high. So this indicator performed pretty well. Next slide, please. And you could advance maybe 4 times. That's perfect. Oh, sorry, one back. Perfect. So we've operationalized this indicator. It's been running since 2018. And each month it acquires new temperature data for the preceding month and calculates temperature anomalies. And then we apply that threshold rule, which is the green line on the time series you see on the left, to decide if we're in alert state or not alert state. And so that is the output there on the right. So when the temperature anomaly exceeds the thresholds, we're in an alert state and we're recommending the closure be enacted. And when the temperature anomalies are below the threshold, we're not in an alert state and we're not recommending the closure. Next slide, please. And this is just, you can see this is pretty old. This is from 2019, but this is a image of what the website looks like. I think many of you have been on it, but it shows the current status of the indicator, whether we're in alert or not alert state. And it's also a way to look at the current temperature and temperature anomaly conditions to see if temperatures are warmer than normal off of the Southern California Bight. And then we have all of the recent El Nino anomalies, and you can look back to see what historical conditions were like, et cetera. So the URL for this website is on the screen there. It's public, anyone can look at it, and it is currently updated and running, providing alerts for today. That's all for me. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for that. Are there questions for Ms. Welch on the presentation? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Welch, for the presentation. So this is focusing on a management measure based on the drift gillnet fishery. And I'm just curious, is the tool designed specific to drift gillnet, or could it be applicable to other fisheries?
It could be applicable to other fisheries. So the only drift gillnet specific information we have in there are those 18 bycatch events, and the rest is based on independent data. So the aerial sightings, the citizen science, and the telemetry data, which are agnostic to fishery type.
John?
Thanks again. And so conceivably you could modify this or apply it in a different area, even for a different species of turtle, possibly to make it more useful for future management?
Certainly, provided that the data are there. I don't think we'd, if let's say we were talking about leatherback, we wouldn't want to assume the same relationship with sea surface temperature as we do for loggerheads. So I think the methodology could be expanded to other species in other areas, but I think we'd want to conduct the same sort of analysis to make sure we really understand those species environment relationships.
Right, thank you. Further questions? And I see no further hands here. So again, thank you very much, Heather, for that presentation.
Thank you.
We have no management or advisory body reports, and I will look, I see no public comment on this. So that'll take us to any council discussion on the NIMS report. And I don't see any hands, so I'm going to turn to Kit. Is there anything else we need to do here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I mean, if you have no questions of the presenters or want to make any comments, I think we're done with this item.
All right, thank you. I'll look once more. And seeing no hands, thank you for being very efficient and thorough here. And that will close out this agenda item. And with that, I pass the gavel back to Chair Gorelnik.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. We will move on to our next agenda item, J2, International Management Activities. And I'll ask Dr. Kit Dahl to give us an overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read from the situation summary for this item. And essentially, most of it covers some upcoming RFMO meetings. So first of all, there are two meetings that are happening next week. The IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee Joint Working Group on Pacific Bluefin Management, and then followed by a two-day meeting of the Northern Committee. At its last meeting in July 2022, the Joint Working Group reviewed candidate operational management objectives and performance indicators for a Pacific Bluefin management strategy evaluation, but was unable to adopt them. The MSC forms the basis for development of a long-term harvest strategy. It also reviewed an interim harvest strategy put forward by the U.S., recognizing that the stock is reaching its rebuilding target. Consensus was not achieved on this proposal either. So at their meeting coming up, the JWG will continue to work on the MSC and harvest strategy development. And Korea may propose a catch limit increase from the levels in the current measures for the WCPFC and IATTC. And I should note, in your briefing material, supplemental attachment 1 is a proposal submitted by Korea, following up on, as noted here, they had made some comments last year, both at the Northern Committee and at the annual commission meeting, about their desire to make some modifications to the current measure. So they've submitted a proposal. Essentially, it revolves around the incidental catch of bluefin and their set net fishery. So they're proposing, there is a component of the measure that allows members to transfer some of their small fish quota to catch large fish of certain percentage, and with a conversion factor. And so they're proposing to increase that. And part of the issue there, especially for Korea, is they only have a small fish quota. But for example, I believe in this set net fishery, incidental catch has been of large fish, but they also have proposing adding a footnote that would essentially exempt the set net catches. And it's a general statement because also Japan has confronted this issue, exempt those catches from the quota. I should also note here that supplemental attachment 2 is a proposal that the U.S. submitted for essentially with some recommendations for narrowing the range of reference points and harvest control rule shapes that the management strategy evaluation would evaluate and essentially would make the analysis more tractable. It's too many variables right now to reasonably analyze. So moving on, the NC Northern Committee will review the recommendations of the Joint Working Group, including any Pacific bluefin management measures to be considered by the full commission at its December meeting. So that's just generally process. And on the other probably item of interest that the Northern Committee will be taking up last year, both the WCPFC and IATTC adopted elements of a harvest strategy for North Pacific albacore, which was developed through the Northern Committee process. There's some references to the relevant papers or where those harvest strategies are in those two RFMOs. Both regional fishery management organizations expressed their intent to adopt harvest control rules in 2023 for inclusion in the harvest strategy. And so the Northern Committee will consider and make recommendations on proposals related to this objective. And supplemental attachment 3 is a U.S. proposal or joint U.S.-Canada proposal for that component of the harvest strategy in incorporating a harvest control rule. So that will be considered in the Northern Committee process. And so as noted here, relevant materials would be made available, and I've just kind of reviewed those for you. They are available, and although you can find those materials on the WCPFC website for convenience, those 3 proposals I've referenced for convenience, we put on in the briefing materials. And also the Northern Committee may hold a second online meeting in September to consider any new information, finalize recommendations for the annual meeting that's coming up in December. And also this spring, National Marine Fisheries Service held 2 online workshops to solicit stakeholder input for U.S. positions at these meetings. The first workshop covered North Pacific albacore. NIMS provided a summary report to you in March 2023 on the outcomes of that workshop. And there's a link there if you want to go back to the March briefing materials. And then there was a second workshop to gather input on operational management objectives, performance indicators, and candidate reference points and harvest controls for Pacific bluefin. And NIMS report 1 is a summary of that meeting. And Ms. Dorothy Lohman is here. She is the co-chair of the Joint Working Group. So she can give you a briefing and her perspective on what may play out next week at that meeting. So moving on, just noting the other meeting, it's a science meeting coming up over the summer. The ISC, the International Scientific Committee, will be having their meeting, and that will be following on those meetings next week. That meeting starts the week after next. And so of interest here, and last year, the ISC plenary did not adopt a Western and Central North Pacific Ocean Striped Marlin assessment for management purposes. They identified some problems with that assessment, and so directed their billfish working group to continue investigating the growth curve used in the assessment with the intent of reviewing and adopting the assessment in 2023. And in addition to a revised striped marlin assessment, the plenary will review full assessments for North Pacific albacore and Western and Central Pacific, North Pacific swordfish. And just a note on that new assessment for swordfish, and as you heard last year, the swordfish assessment will be based on a new stock of definition covering a larger portion of the North Pacific. Then coming up in August is the regular meeting of the IATTC, and it's likely then that the recommendations coming out of the Joint Working Group and the Northern Committee will be considered by the IATTC in terms of the adoption of any binding measures. So the intent in both cases is to, as much as possible, have complementary measures for, the two convention areas that cover the North Pacific. And just a note here that their scientific advisory committee met May 15th, 19th to review information pertaining to both northern stocks referenced above and development of an MSC for the tropical tuna fishery. I suppose as an aside, I should also note that the General Advisory Committee and the Scientific Advisory Committee of the U.S. section of the IATTC met last week on Thursday, I think that was last week. They have developed recommendations as well. So just for your information. So then moving on to some other business here, other issues that are probably of interest to the council. First of all, as you've heard previously, the current 3-year fishing regime pursuant to the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty expired at the end of 2022. And this treaty establishes privileges allowing vessels of each country to fish in the other country's exclusive economic zone. As of this writing, the parties held 2 negotiating sessions on the next regime, establishing specific access conditions, but were unable to reach agreement. And I think, although this situation summary was written a few weeks ago, I think that still pertains as the situation. And the fishing season that is set under the treaty has already actually began on June 15th. And so without that agreement on reciprocal access, the 2 countries' vessels can't go into the other country's zone. We have Mr. David Hogan from the Department of State. He's also your representative from the state on this council, and he'll give you the latest news on what's happening with those negotiations. And then finally, in March, the council was alerted to the just finalized legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Quite a mouthful. Everybody refers to that as BBNJ. The council endorsed a request from the HMSAS that a representative of the U.S. government brief the council on elements and implications of the agreement. So we have Alana Mendelson from the Department of State on hand, I believe, to provide you a briefing on this topic as well. So there's a supplemental report from NIMS with some additional information on these issues, and I believe also identifying priorities for the U.S. and the IATTC. And you have supplemental report from your highly migratory advisory subpanel, and I believe I've covered all of the materials under this agenda item. And let me just check and see if I missed something. I think that's it. And so I'll just read what your council action is here to sum up. Identify issues to be addressed and provide guidance on process and timeline.
Great, thank you, Kit. Are there any questions on the overview? All right, thank you. So we will move on. We have a number of reports. I will first call on Councilmember Krista Svensson, who is our representative on the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, as well as on the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty Forum. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the really thorough report on activities leading up to this. I'm going to steer my comments away from those activities which we have outlined. I do want to make a couple of mentions for updates for people. The themes for the scientific committee were just announced. So if you're interested in what we'll be looking at in August and want to reach out to people that will be attending, I am scheduled to attend that meeting as an example. Now is the time to really look at what we will be talking about in that committee. In addition to that, we have a nomination from New Zealand for a new chair on the electric reporting and electronic monitoring intersessional working group. And I think that is a positive for those of us that are interested in seeing EM and ER work continue at WCPFC in a timely fashion. And then the other two upcoming meetings, we actually have a meeting that will be starting on the 28th and 29th, which is the Tropical Tuna Measure Workshop. That is not necessarily super relevant to this council, except for the fact that it does consume a tremendous amount of time on the floor for WCPFC. So the amount of time that we'll be going to other topics in some cases may be a bit shorter than it would be under years when we are not renegotiating that conservation measure. And then the other workshop or work group meeting I think that is worth mentioning is we have a workshop on labor standards for crews on fishing vessels in the WCPFC coming up on June 12th. So I will be attending those if people have questions or concerns and would like those put forward at least to the U.S. delegation that is also attending those meetings. Happy to do the outreach on that. And then the last piece I just wanted to touch on was to say thank you for allowing me to represent the council at the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty negotiations. It has been informative. It's really been an incredible opportunity to see the inner workings. Traditionally, that's been a forum for fishermen. And as a processor, I certainly was asked about it, but I never actually had a chance to be in the room and really see how hard everybody works on that. So it has been a challenging year in terms of so far not reaching an agreement, but it has really been appreciative from my perspective to see that and to be able to bring that back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Are there any questions on the report? Thank you, Krista. Next, we'll call Dorothy Lohman, who represents the council. She's co-chair of the joint working group and has represented the council before these international bodies, and of course, former member and chair.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Well, Kit did a great job, as always, outlining what's coming up at the joint working group meeting. I know you guys have tracked this ever since it was first initiated to have a joint working group that would involve both RFMOs across the entire Pacific so that we could have a comprehensive and coordinated management regime for Pacific bluefin. During that time, the stock has rebounded well due to the sacrifices and the agreements that countries have made to reduce harvests during the rebuilding periods. And we look like we're on track to meet the second rebuilding target if not this year, very shortly. However, we won't have confirmation of that because stock assessments are done every 2 years until next year. So I think that's an important piece to realize, that confirmation, even if it might be reached this year, won't occur until 2024. This is the first time in a couple of years that we'll be able to meet in person. It's a hybrid format meeting, so there will be the opportunity for people to be online, but pretty much all of the countries that participate in the Pacific bluefin fisheries will be in person in Fukuoka, which will, I think, be helpful for negotiations. The only country that is planning to be online that has some involvement these days, and we're wanting to see a report because there appears to be some, if not harvest delivery in New Zealand, and so that they will be online. As Kit mentioned, there will be some proposals for potential changes to the management measures, increases, as all of the people around this table are greatly very familiar with. As you reach your rebuilding targets, there's often a lot of fish around that are more than the rules allow you to catch. And that can be particularly problematic for fisheries that maybe bluefin is an incidental fishery. That has caused some issues both for Korea and Japan. And so we're going to, I think, hear quite a bit from those countries in addition to the proposal about the need to be seen an increase here as in a timely manner. The challenge for our co-chairs is that we want to have a good, robust conversation, but we don't want that to take up our 2.5 days because we have to finish our tasks that will allow for the MSC to be also completed on time, which is due in 2025. And that requires that they get the manager's inputs on the things that Kit mentioned of the operational management objectives. And we also need to refine the harvest control rules and reference points so that it's a manageable amount of different scenarios to evaluate. So those are 2 tasks that have to be completed at this meeting, and both my co-chair and I are committed to having that happen. Then there is what to do before we have the final long-term strategy evaluation that the MSC is related to. We made some progress last year, but we didn't finalize that. I anticipate that there will be, because of this feeling of urgency to have increased harvest opportunities, that there will be some real concern about the language of and the rules for this interim harvest strategy from some of the countries. So ideally, we will come to consensus on that also at this meeting. It may not be absolutely necessary because we may not know that we've reached the rebuilding target, so we need a new interim harvest strategy until next year. But ideally, we can also complete that piece of work. I think that's about it. There's also on the website reports people's each country's activities. Mexico has informed me that they'll have theirs up in the next 2 days, and I'm pleased to say that they're going to start doing it in writing now, so that we'll start to have more of a record for that going forward too, as we continue these discussions. So I think that's really all I have to say, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot more from Ryan about some of the proposals a little later. So if you have any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Dorothy. Questions? Corey Nowes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and hi, Dorothy. Good to see you. You've come up so many times, and I've always wanted the council is silent, but and not really expressing our thoughts on how appreciative we are of what you're doing on behalf of the council in the U.S. But I have a question you're probably not expecting, but I know you'll be able to handle it. I believe you were probably you must have been on the council in 2008 when Petrale sole was surprisingly declared overfished, and you had much more experience elsewhere with such things, and you've been involved in the rebuilding of bluefin, as you've just talked about. But one of the topics we're looking at, where I'm going, is the albacore harvest control rule, and which is a good thing in terms of, we've been lucky with albacore and that the stock has been in a good place, and without really active management continues to stay in a good place. But we have a harvest control rule that's contemplating what to do if something happens in our whatever mother nature changes, our science changes, and the stock turns out to become overfished, and how do you rebuild it? And I don't know, I'm guessing you probably haven't read the harvest control rule, or maybe you have, but there's a couple of features in it. I'm getting to my question here. There's a 10-year, the recommendation is to have a 10-year rebuilding plan, which I think this council and every other council, I believe, in response to requests from Congress, has said, hey, you might want to rethink that part of the Magnuson Act, because it's inflexible, and what happens when things becomes overfished, it can be surprising. And there's a classic, debate in law and policy about using a hard rule, or more of a standard approach, which allows you to take facts and circumstances into account based on the best information you have at the time, and to try to achieve the goal more flexibly than you would by having a hard and fast rule. So along with the challenge if albacore to become overfished is you're dealing with a lot more nations, a lot more cultures. This council process isn't easy, but it's easier to do that kind of thing here than in an international setting. So long way of saying, do you have any thoughts on how well it's worked with bluefin, and would it have been better if we had you have to rebuild within 10 years type rule ahead of time, or you had a way, like we've done at this council, of considering how to rebuild a stock, while also, kind of achieving the National Standard 8 objective the best you can of keeping the fishing communities and the fisheries going. So I think you think you're getting what I'm asking, but I'll stop there, and I can elaborate if not.
So, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Miles. You just get my personal opinion here. Obviously it's a challenge, and having timelines, they're useful because because it holds you to something in my mind. But you have to look at the dynamics of the stock, what's it like, and the characteristics of each stock. So I think it's hard to make a hard, fast rule for a particular stock. The experience with bluefin is that it was a highly productive stock. It rebuilt quite a lot more rapidly than we thought it would. We've reached I think originally we had the original was 10 years for the first rebuilding schedule, and then 10 years for the second. And I think the second was 2034. So, clearly we've rebuilt sooner. And then there's the tension is, if you are going to rebuild a lot sooner, how much how much additional harvest opportunity do you provide and still meet your goal, your timeline? So I'm not sure if I quite am getting to what it is. I think it's a balancing thing in any of these stocks like bluefin or albacore. It's also, you have to have it's maybe even more demanding than around the council, because you have to have full consensus of all members too. So how you construct your harvest control rules through those times is really important too. So.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dorothy. Just hopefully I'll have one question for you. It's hopefully a little more succinct and you can answer it. First off, thanks so much for the work you've done over the years on this and continue to do, and it's really appreciated. It's it's a lot, and I think you do an excellent job, so appreciate that. My question is, you're the co-chair of the JWG, and I assume it's maybe the same co-chair, but could you remind us who the co-chair is and where they're from, and if there's been pretty much stability in that in the chairs? Just for information, that's all.
Oh, sure. So my co-chair is Masumi Ahara, who is from Japan. And I think probably, Bob, you may have met him and know him. He has been involved in fisheries management in Japan and in, I think, a number of RFMOs, but particularly for the Western Central Pacific, and has been, well, this will be his 20th year of being the chair of the Northern Committee. So as I used to when I first started to co-chair with him, my nickname was Fisheries Shogun. And he is well respected, very, has a lot of history in it. And it has been nice to have 8 years to work together to be co-chairs together. I co-chair kind of on behalf of IATTC, so the eastern part of the Pacific. And then he is sort of, as the chair of the Northern Committee, then he is sort of the western side. So that's sort of how it was set up to have that. So that's the way it works. So.
Thank you, Dorothy. Yes, I do know him well, and over the years, and I worked with him, and my question was to understand the stability in the chairmanship, and I know he's well respected, as you are, and a lot of confidence that the difficulty of negotiating over many countries is much easier because of both of your leadership. So thank you.
Further questions from Ms. Lohman? Thank you very much, Dorothy.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for your confidence in me and being able to support my being involved in this. And, it's been a real honor to be having done it, and hopefully I've contributed a little bit. So I will see a couple people in this room in Fukuoka, and there'll be a few others that will be online into their evenings on their 4th of July weekend. So keep your microphones on mute so that the fireworks we won't have literal fireworks along with what hopefully won't be happening in the room. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dorothy. We'll next hear from Council Member Dave Hogan from the Department of State. Dave is joining us virtually, and I see that he is online, but his microphone is muted. Oh, there you go. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning. Thank you all very much for this opportunity to address the council, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to first thank the council and Ms. Fenton for engagement and Kit Dahl as well for maintaining good channels of communication between the U.S. delegation to the negotiations under the U.S.-Canada Pacific Albacore Tuna Treaty. Kit hit the high notes, or as the case may be, the low notes here. We did fail to reach agreement with Canada for a new regime for 2023. Canada had proposed and reiterated those proposals in our most recent meeting, April 18th in Seattle, to reopen the terms that had been operational for the regime since the last time we failed to reach agreement, which was in 2012. So essentially the deal that was reached in 2013 and reiterated since then, Canada proposed to reopen. We have 45 vessels from Canada fishing in the United States. They wish to reopen that number and increase it nominally to 110 vessels. Canada also proposed to change the access calendar to expand the amount of time, essentially moving back toward reciprocity to match the schedule that the United States has. And a few other proposals. But I think the key one, and the one to which most of the U.S. stakeholders were uncomfortable, was essentially adding vessels back into the fishery, adding Canadian vessels back into the United States. Canada did not propose to make any changes on the U.S. side, but simply noted that reciprocity was there, or moving back toward full actual reciprocity was their objective. Council may recall that with the negotiations in 2008 and then again in 2012, leading to the resumption of a regime in 2013, while we did maintain reciprocal fishing access, the numbers of vessels was different. The United States remained essentially uncontrolled, referring to historical levels of fishing. But Canada had a very specific number of vessels that were allowed in, which was 45. And that's, I think, something that Canadian stakeholders and the Canadian government were hopeful to change. They noted a number of factors, including catch per unit of effort and distribution of stocks. But it was clear that they were quite serious about reopening these terms. We had hoped for a rollover of the existing regime for another year to continue talks, but Canada decided to stick with their position. So we did not reach agreement. I've had a couple of conversations with my counterpart, Adam Burns, who's Deputy Director General of the Department of Fisheries Oceans Canada. And they maintain their position. They would entertain a counterproposal that is less than 110 vessels, but we're not specific. And from the U.S. side, in consultations with the stakeholders, primarily the harvesting groups from California, Oregon, Washington, various associations, it was clear that there's no support for the United States entertaining the proposal that Canada made. And I think there are some mixed views at this point with regard to some different kind of proposal. We've also heard, and I'm grateful for some of the outreach from individuals and associations, a distinct lack of at least comprehensive support for trying to cobble together some kind of interim regime now that fishing essentially would have started if we were maintaining the schedule under the regime that was in place last year and for the last 10 years. Our prospects at this point are to continue talking with Canada, continue talking among stakeholders, and try to determine if there are any flexibilities in the positions on either side of the table. And unless we do come up with some kind of formula that works, we would continue those talks and hope to have something in place for next year, 2024. But we're open, of course. The United States government, Department of State in particular, is open to any opportunities to move back toward a cooperative and collaborative fishery management scheme that includes reciprocal fishing if the stakeholders on both sides and if the government on both sides are willing. I did want to make one final note before I took any questions. The government of Canada in this circumstance has not indicated that they are seeking to escalate political pressure to bring in other fisheries beyond albacore into this equation to try to create pressure. What they are doing, however, is what they indicated they would do when we last met in Seattle, which is to reconsider approving any of the individual vessel license requests to enter Canadian waters to fish or to enter Canadian waters to visit port. And so that is one way that they are changing how things are going, simply because there's no reciprocal fishing and port access regime in place. They're relying on ministerial discretion and not approving many, if not all, of the requests that have been submitted. And so we anticipate that will continue, but we have not yet seen any indication that Canada wishes to create any negative impacts for the United States with regard to halibut, salmon, or any of the other bilateral matters on the West Coast or the East Coast. And so that has allowed this to remain essentially compartmentalized within the Albacore Treaty relationship itself. So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chair, that's my report. Happy to answer any questions and look forward to any discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan. Let's see if there are any questions on your presentation. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Hogan, thank you for the additional information about how this may or may not be impacting the other treaties. I was wondering that as you spoke, and you addressed it, being someone who's very involved in halibut. So just wanted to say thank you for adding that context for me.
Corey Nels.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dave. I had the opportunity to listen in to not all discussions, but at least a couple, and really impressed by how well you and others are representing our U.S. interests. But I have a question about the Canadians have traditionally taken a pretty big percentage of their catch in U.S. waters. In terms of metric tons, I think in recent years we've not caught up completely, but gotten close. But in percentage terms, it's pretty low in terms of the percentage of the U.S. catch. So anyway, I'm just what have the Canadians said publicly to everyone about why they'd be able to forego such a large percentage of their catch this year? What is their the reasoning they've given you?
Thanks very much for the question. And through the chair, I would reply that they've not indicated that they're willing to forego that catch. I think the approach they're taking is that they're going to try to catch as much as they can within the Canadian zone. They've been less specific about their forecasts for total catches, simply because, well, they implied that the fish are available in Canadian waters. It's part of their basis to reopen these terms. They are also uncertain how the reintegration of those 45 vessels, which did catch a lot of their fish and spend a lot of their time in U.S. waters, how the reintegration of those vessels into essentially a purely kind of domestic Canadian fishery would work. And not only the proximity issues, but also how many fish were actually available. So part of the question that I think we're trying to implicitly answer, or maybe accidentally answer, is to what degree is an albacore fishery for Canada viable without access to U.S. waters? We know that the reverse is a different case, and that U.S. vessels fishing solely in U.S. waters is a viable fishery. But there were different ways in which the United States utilized access to Canadian waters and Canadian ports. It was a mixed use set of benefits. So we have fishers who would harvest in Canadian waters, sometimes opportunistically, sometimes as part of a fishing plan. And for the boats that are more distributed to the North Washington State in particular, having the opportunity to fish in Canadian waters on any given day, depending on where the fish might be, was a direct benefit. But we have a lot of folks that also utilize Canadian ports for services aside from landing fish. In the Canadian case, utilizing the U.S. CEZ in recent years was primarily for harvesting and not utilizing U.S. ports. And so we're likely going to see, a result from Canada that they, I assume, will represent positively that they were able to make it work. But we'll see based on catch levels, which we would get reported to us by Canada for IATTC purposes, if not bilaterally, for understanding the impacts under the treaty. My hope is that Canada will reconsider. If we don't have a basis for a deal in the interim, then we'll have a season where Canada fishes only in Canadian waters and on the high seas to the degree that some of their vessels do so. And we'll see how it went. We'll see what the catches look like and whether they believe that that's a manageable premise going forward. Thanks.
Further questions, Mr. Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Dave, very much for joining us today. Good to hear your voice. And this may have been covered, and I didn't catch it. I was interested what next steps, if any, there are during the current cycle. Are there is there any additional communication planned to further discuss the issue, or is it basically a stand down for the moment between the two countries' representatives?
Thanks very much, Mr. Anderson, and good to hear your voice as well as always. And through the chair, I'd like to reply that we have informal communications happening every couple of weeks between myself and my counterpart, Adam Burns from Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We do not have a delegation to delegation negotiating session planned in the near term. A number of stakeholders are preparing for and now likely starting to fish. And so in the absence of any significant developments in terms of flexibility on positions on either side, it looks like we probably would be working on scheduling the next negotiating session for the fall once most of the stakeholders, at least the harvesting sector, are back from fishing, or the associations have enough folks in touch to begin to formulate consensus positions. So that's the plan as it stands now. But as I said, I'm in semi-regular contact with my counterpart just to continue to check in and make sure that we have a pulse on what folks are thinking. But I imagine we'll see how things go during the fishing season with Canada. And if the reintegration of their fleets drives any reconsideration of their demands to reopen the terms of the regime, I might hear from them. And that's one of the reasons why we're keeping that line of communications open. Otherwise, I think the fall would be the next opportunity to have full delegation sessions. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Dave.
Of course, my pleasure.
And we now have another speaker, Ilana Mendelsohn, also from the Department of State. Talking
Yes,
about, yeah, welcome. We can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, and good morning to you. I'm Ilana Mendelsohn. I'm in Dave's office here at the Department of State in the Office of Marine Conservation. And I led the part of the BB&J agreement negotiation on area-based management tools. So I'm going to give you some brief information on the background of the agreement and the ABMT part. So BB&J, as you heard the very long title, the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, has been a long time in the making. So discussions began at the UN in 2004, and then they took a number of formats, finally with a formal negotiation beginning in 2018 and concluding just this past year. The English text, as was noted already, was finalized on March 4th, 2023, and the text in all 6 UN official languages was adopted just last week at the UN on June 19th. The agreement is essentially 4 treaties in one and covers kind of a broad range of topics from marine genetic resources, environmental impact assessments, capacity building, and of most significance to fisheries, the part on area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, or we call it ABMTs for short. So the ABMT part of the agreement, the goal is to create a global mechanism to take a cross-sectoral and coordinated approach to protecting areas beyond national jurisdiction through the establishment of these area-based management tools, including marine protected areas. The agreement sets up an inclusive system of consultation. It provides for robust scientific assessment, including by the scientific and technical body, which is a body that would be set up under the agreement. And all those processes would inform the conference of the parties and its decisions to establish ABMTs. When establishing ABMTs, the COP has the ability to adopt measures where there is no existing relevant instrument framework or global, regional, sub-regional, or sectoral bodies, or we call those IFBs for short, because it's also another mouthful. So where there is no IFB with competence to manage an activity in that specific region, the BB&J COP has the ability to adopt measures. Where there is an instrument framework or body that does exist, for example, an RFMO, the COP would make recommendations for that body to consider and potentially take action. Under the agreement, the COP must respect the competences of and not undermine other instruments, frameworks, and bodies. This was a key priority for the United States in these negotiations to ensure that we're setting up a system that supports the work undertaken through RFMOs and not somehow override that work. Decision-making on ABMTs under the agreement should strive for consensus. However, if 2/3 of the parties determine the efforts to reach consensus have been exhausted and consensus cannot be reached, decisions can be taken by a 3/4 majority vote. So it sets up a system where there's a negotiation happening, 2/3 have to decide, you know what, we can't reach agreement on this. And then the decision would actually be taken by a 3/4 majority. The agreement also provides for the ability of a party to object to or opt out of measures adopted by the COP where it cannot implement those obligations. In light of the decisions being taken by a vote, the objection/opt-out was also a key priority for the United States in these negotiations, and we were successful in getting that in the text. A party exercising an objection can object for 3 years on a limited number of bases with the ability to renew the objection. And an objecting party must also, to the extent practicable, adopt alternative measures or approaches that are equivalent in effect to the decision and shall not adopt measures nor take actions that undermine the effectiveness of the decision. The agreement also includes provisions for emergency measures when necessary and when an IFB with competence cannot take timely action to do so. And there's a language about consultation with IFBs in this respect. The COP can adopt temporary emergency measures for at most 2 years in the event of a natural phenomenon or human-caused disaster that causes or is likely to cause serious or irreversible harm. And in the text, serious or irreversible harm is not defined, but it is understood to be a higher bar than significant adverse impacts, which is the terminology used throughout the environmental impact assessment part of the agreement. So the emergency measures is the one place where the BB&J COP could adopt measures within the competence of these bodies if those other bodies could not take timely action. But the timely action is a consultation process with those bodies. So there's some sort of determinative process that those bodies can express. And then lastly, the agreement provides for a mechanism for the COP to monitor and review the ABMTs it establishes, including the measures it recommends to IFBs. So just to take you through kind of an example of how this would work, a party to the agreement would propose an area, they would say, we think this area is particularly sensitive, or there's this particular organism here that requires, this protection. That proposal that they bring forward would go through some sort of initial consultation process that the party, the proponent would undertake. And then that proposal would come to the COP. The COP would then send that proposal to the scientific and technical body to review against the criteria that's established in the agreement. And then that advice would be provided to the COP, as well as the Secretariat would facilitate a robust consultation process that includes states, these instruments, frameworks and bodies, other stakeholders. It's supposed to be a very inclusive, broad, transparent process of consultation. And that information would also make its way to the COP, and then the COP would take that entire package of the proposal, scientific advice, and the consultations into account when it takes decisions on the proposals to either adopt measures where there are no IFBs or make recommendations to IFBs where there are IFBs that have competence. So I will pause here for any questions on the mechanics of how the ABMT part will work, and then I can talk briefly about next steps in terms of the agreement's entry into force. Any questions?
Thank you. Let me look around the table and see if there are any questions. I'll look for hands. I'm not seeing any. Alana, thank you very much.
Okay, great. So just briefly, I'll note that the agreement is an implementing agreement under the Law of the Sea Convention, but it functions similarly to the fish stocks agreement in that a state can join BBNJ without joining the Law of the Sea. So just like fish stocks, to which the U.S. is a party, while not being a party to the Law of the Sea, that BBNJ would function in the same way. The agreement will open for signature on September 20th of this year of 2023, and it will remain open for signature for 2 years, and it will enter into force after the 60th ratification. And the last thing I'll note is that negotiations, now that all of that process is done with the negotiations and the text is adopted, we, the US government, are undertaking an interagency process right now to identify the scope of the agreement's requirements, what actions would be needed if the United States were to become a party, and then based on that analysis and further outreach with stakeholders, the administration will make a decision about whether the US will sign and seek to join the agreement. But that is still a process that is undergoing work right now. And I'll note that the Department of State is holding a virtual public information session open to all stakeholders and the public on June 27th from 2 to 3 p.m. or 2 to 3:30 rather. So if anyone is interested in joining, I'm happy to pass along the information. You do need to register, but it's open to everyone. So you just need to register ahead of time so that we have a good list of who's there and we can keep in touch with those that are interested. And that is it.
All right, thank you. Again, I'll look to see if there are any questions. The information on the event you mentioned, is that available on a website? Is that something you could forward maybe to the council office that we could link to?
I can certainly forward the information. There was a Federal Register notice that was much delayed in its publication. I have not checked this morning to see if it's out, so I could certainly link to the Federal Register notice if it's out, but either way, I can pass along the information for distribution.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any hands, so I want to thank you for coming before the council. Next on our agenda is the NIMS report. There are 2 reports, and I'll see to what extent Mr. Wolf wishes to speak to them.
I do. Thank you. And thanks to everyone who has presented before me. Kip for your sits, Dorothy for your remarks, and Krista, and of course my State Department colleagues for being here today to walk through those reports. Speaking of the NIMS reports that are in your briefing book, we have 2 of them. The first is a summary of a stakeholder meeting on Pacific bluefin tuna, specifically to get inputs into the management strategy evaluation, or MSC. This is led directly to the U.S. proposal that's Kit reference supplemental attachment 2 that's been put forward to the joint working group meeting next week. The stakeholder meeting was to gather input on reference points and harvest control rules to use as inputs in the management strategy evaluation that the ISC has begun. In 2019, the joint working group recommended candidate reference points and harvest control rules, but last year they suggested there should be fewer options put forward. There's quite a lot in there, so that's also the intent behind this proposal and why we sought some additional advice at the stakeholder meeting. The meeting also recaps some discussion on candidate management objectives and performance indicators for the MSC. This was a discussion we started last year at the joint working group and was not able to reach agreement. So we will pick up next week where we left those discussions off last year. NIMS, the second report that we provides potential U.S. priorities to the upcoming IATTC meeting. Scheduled for at least IATTC's plenary will be August 7th through the 11th. Does have a number of other summaries of other meetings and topics that have taken place and the U.S.-Canada albacore treaty you just heard about. So starting with the IATTC, I'm sure the council is interested in the proposals that we're looking gravitating towards submitting at the upcoming meeting in just over a month. We will be submitting proposals on North Pacific albacore, on non-entangling fish aggregating devices or FADs, and also one on climate change at the upcoming meeting. So I'll walk you through those a little bit here. Regarding albacore, you can see that proposal is actually in the briefing book. We're submitting it to the Northern Committee. Well, at least the Northern Committee proposal is in the briefing book. You can see it's co-sponsored by the US and Canada. It's supplemental attachment 3. And while that's formatted kind of in the Northern Committee style, we would of course expect a complementary measure in our US proposal to the IATGC to match that fora. For climate change, the U.S. intends to submit a proposal to formally include climate change on the agendas of 2 IATGC subsidiary bodies, both the Ecosystem and Bycatch Working Group, as well as the Scientific Advisory Committee. These recommendations was also adopted at each of those respective meetings that just happened in San Diego in May, so it's consistent with those reports. And then the last proposal on FADs used by large purse seine vessels. This is a proposal the U.S. has been considering for a couple of years. You've heard me speak about it before. And the IATGC FAD Working Group recently adopted a recommendation to prohibit entangling materials on FADs at the May meeting that also just happened. So we intend to put forward a proposal that requires non-entangling materials on FADs and aligns with this measure adopted in the WCPFC. So those are the 3 proposals we discussed at length with the SAS and GAC recently. We had discussed, and you'll see in our report, a potential proposal that related to circle hook size. Just note that after further discussion at the IATGC Ecosystem Bycatch Working Group and the SAC meetings that I've been referencing, as well as the margins of that committee and discussions with other delegations, and then of course with our own General Advisory Committee. After all of those discussions, we think it'd be more useful to continue work on this, continue to try and find ways forward with delegations that are not ready to support that before we submit that potentially next year. Our report touches on the US-Canada consultations, but I won't go into that since you just heard at length from Mr. Hogan on it. And then of course, just a list of upcoming international meetings. But before I conclude my report, and it's not in here, but I did want to take a moment and go back to IATGC and let folks know that here on the council, in case you're not aware, we were made aware at the recent advisory panel and General Advisory Committee meeting that a couple of weeks ago that our longstanding U.S. Commissioner, Dr. Bill Fox, has announced his retirement. I've had the pleasure of working with Bill for some time in quite a range of issues in fora. I want to acknowledge how much he has contributed to tuna conservation and management over the years. He's been an incredibly invaluable resource to me as a federal commissioner, to the U.S. delegation, and a huge contributor to achieving U.S. objectives in international and domestic tuna conservation and management. So we will miss Bill. We will wish him very well in his retirement. But I would note we do have a very able alternate commissioner who will step in for this meeting, Ms. Dorothy Lohman, who's here today and you've already heard from. So she will step in as the alternate commissioner for the upcoming and attend the IATGC in that role on the U.S. delegation. And then after that, we will start the process to formally come up with a replacement for Bill, and we'll update the council on that at some point in the near future. And that concludes the summary of my reports.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. I'll look to see if there are any questions on your reports. And I'm not seeing any hands. You were sufficiently thorough. Thank you. That completes the NIMS report. We do have an advisory body report, HMSAS, and Dave Rudy. Welcome, Dave. Yeah, and there's a microphone.
Good morning, Chairman Grilnick and council members. My report, I'll hit some specific points on our advice regarding the upcoming international meetings. On North Pacific albacore, we securing the adoption of the U.S. proposal is on our list, and that includes a formulaic harvest control rule and incorporates reference points that were adopted this year. On Pacific bluefin tuna, we support securing an agreement with the U.S. proposal on a comprehensive long-term harvest strategy and management strategy evaluation with an allocation tuned to the Western Pacific and Eastern Pacific fishery impact of a 70-30. Currently, it's about 1882. This agreement should be a precondition of any discussion on revisions of current management measures or new interim harvest control rules. In particular, the Council supports the U.S. proposal for candidate reference points and harvest control rules and priorities for safety, status, and stability identified in NOAA's workshop regarding candidate management objectives and formulation indicators. We request that the U.S. oppose Korean's proposal that would allow for new exceptions for creator discard and convert quota for Pacific bluefin tuna without any accountability or scientific justification. We recommend that the U.S. continue to develop interim harvest control rules, but ensure that there are strong measures in place so that overfishing cannot occur. On other issues, Swordfish proposed and adopt a proposal at Western Central Pacific Fisheries Council to cover management from the equator to 20 degrees north and ensure it's consistent with the measure passed in 2022. North Pacific Striped Marlin, the advisory subpanel endorses the IATT Scientific Advisory Committee SAS recommendation for the U.S. to support scientific studies to determine the stock boundaries of striped marlin, noting the unassessed portions of these stocks in the EPO. This would help the U.S. to press for action on the depleted status of both the EPO and the Western Central Pacific Ocean. Prompt action is needed, and as delay is likely to worsen the condition of the stock and transfer the conservation burden to future fishermen. On the IATTC, the Council supports the recommendations of the SAS and GAC. We'd like to note that Augie Philando, who served on the HMS AS for 17 years, passed away last week at the age of 94. Augie was born in San Pedro in 1929. His family roots reach back to Croatia and the Basque province in Spain. He fished two family-owned tuna boats, Pursanes, from 46 to 1950. 51, he became a co-owner of the fishing vessel Challenger bait boat and as managing owner and sold the vessel in 1958 for conversion to a tuna seiner. From 60 to 91, he managed affairs of the American Tuna Boat Association, including participation in hearings before the California State Legislature, Congressional Committee, and federal agencies. During the same period, he was an advisor to the U.S. commissioners at the IATTC and U.S. State Department from 71 to 81. He served as the U.S. government's expert on advisor on fisheries during the U.S. Law of the Sea Conference. At the time of this interview, he was still a member of the HMS AS and the General Advisory Committee at the U.S. at the IATTC.
Thank you, Dave, for the report. Look around to see if there are any questions. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Dave. At first, very sorry to hear about Augie. Was lucky to have interacted with him as a member of the team and elsewhere. And yeah, very, very sorry to hear that. On North Pacific albacore, I think if memory serves, it was Mike Conroy sitting where you were sitting last time we talked about this. And the advisory subpanel was not, was very supportive of the harvest control rule, but maybe not understanding the trade-offs involved with certain aspects, like where to pick the limit reference point. And the stuff's complicated. NIMS has done a great job with the management strategy evaluation and reaching out, but the stuff is just complex, and you don't have the same experience at HMS with it that the groundfish do. Like Brad could probably give you, tell you how it all works really well, but because he's been doing it for however many years. So, and your recommendation here, do you all feel like you understand the details a bit better now than you did at the last meeting?
Yes, I think we do. I think there's more support for that than there was, say, a year ago. I think some of the things that are still sort of unresolved are regarding the effort limit versus catch limit, where we've supported the idea of an effort limit for the surface fleet and a catch limit for the long line fleet. I know that in the Western Pacific, there's been some support to have an effort limit for the long line as well as the surface fleet. So I think there's going to be some negotiating required on that. But that's kind of where I understand the situation. So thank you for the question.
Further questions on the AS report? Thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you.
That completes all of our reports. I believe there is one public comment. Doug Fricky. He's going to pass. All right. I think then that concludes public comment and takes us to council discussion on this agenda item. There on the screen before us. Thank you, Sandra. So we've received a number of reports. We've had some discussion in the context. We received a very thorough overview from Dr. Dahl. And so what guidance do we wish to provide? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I normally look for guidance in terms of recommendations from the council in terms of what I tend to say at meetings representing you all as a commissioner. So I think it would be helpful in this case as well, like I typically ask for, to get the council recommendations in alignment with our advisory panels. And today it's the HMSAS. I don't see anything in there that I think is objectionable. And I do want to really recognize the work that's been done by everybody on the harvest control, harvest control rules. It certainly seems like people are coming together. It's a work in progress, and we're not there yet, but it is definitely encouraging to see that people are working together and working more closely together on this from both industry and conservation. So I will pause there, but I am supportive of all of the recommendations and think it would be helpful to have it on the record that the council is supportive as well.
All right, so we have a suggestion to work from the advisory subpanel's list of recommendations, and that's a great place to start, maybe finish. So I'll look around and see if there are any additions or edits or anything else folks want to say about this report as a starting point for the council's recommendations. And John Ugoretz.
I will lend my support to that. The HMSAS does a really good job of tracking these international issues and summarizing kind of where things are. I don't see anything in the report that I would disagree with.
All right, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I largely agree, and again, been very much trusting all the folks representing us in these forums. And this is going to be, it's kind of a nuanced point. But the harvest control rule for albacore is a good thing. And let's knock on wood that the main parts of the harvest control rule work, from declining to levels where we have to worry about rebuilding it back up. And this is not meant to be critical or overly criticizing anyone, but I just don't think the trade-offs are well understood at this point. We've seen the management strategy evaluation. Now, I've seen many of these, and I still don't quite understand. It gives us average results, but it doesn't tell us when you get a scenario, what's the best way to get. There's like 1,000 different things in a management strategy scenarios. Paths back to rebuilding, et cetera. And you don't know which the best one is going to be until you're in the moment. And we had the example of Petrali soil, which many will remember, where it was using a very similar set dial harvest control rule where our target is B 40%. And it was a little bit underneath that, if I'm getting this correctly. And so the council this was before my time, was managing it under a 40-10 adjustment, which means the harvest was backed off once it was below B40. Then at the next assessment, it turned out to be way below that. I think it was like in the teens, B10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty in these assessments. We have the smartest people in the world doing these. It's a problem with the data. And so it didn't work, and it turned out to be very, very much lower than you expect, and where harvest would have been basically zero under the standard control rule. And then it's a crazy story if you don't understand it, but basically what the scientist said was what you should do is basically move the goalposts, and B40 wasn't your right target. It was B25%, and that's where our flatfish proxies come from. So yeah, the long way of saying this stuff is unpredictable. And again, hopefully this will never happen with albacore, but if it does, I think the circumstances will be different than they're assuming now in this rule. And I'll just say there's one feature of it, the 10-year rebuilding timeline in the harvest control rule. It might make sense for albacore given that its mean generation time is 5 or 6 years. Yet, if so, well, I wouldn't. Why not just use mean generation time and what the national standards use now? But long way of saying, yeah, I appreciate the harvest control rule and the efforts to get it in place. But I hope people continue to look at that. And Dorothy spoke to it about the challenges in the national arena of getting consensus around these things. But I will stop there. And yeah, I began with I support the recommendations that in the advisory subpanel report as John spoke to.
All right, thank you, Corey. So let me see if there's general agreement. I think there is, but I wanted to see if there's any objection here, and I'm not seeing it. So I think we can adopt the HMSAS report as capturing the council's view on this agenda item. And let me see if there are any other discussions to be had or any other points to be raised under this agenda item. And I'm not seeing any hands. I'll turn to Dr. Dahl and see how we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you summed things up and indicated that your support or consistent or adopt the recommendations or the recommended positions that HMSAS outlined in their report. So, and I think those recommendations or positions are generally consistent with what the U.S. will be pushing for in these forums. So we'll just monitor the outcomes of these meetings and report back to you in September about the outcomes. And with that, I think you have finished your work on this item.
All right, thank you very much, Kit. I think we're going to get started on the next agenda item, and then we'll break at an appropriate time for lunch. Is that acceptable? All right. So Kit, take it away with an overview on agenda item J3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll read the situation summary. This is exempted fishing permits, the preliminary part of that. So Council Operating Procedure 20 lays out an annual June-September schedule for reviewing exempted fishing permit applications for HMS Fisheries. According to the COP, the management team and the advisory subpanel review EFP applications in June and make recommendations to the Council for action. Final action on EFPs then occurs at the September Council meeting. Only those EFP applications that were considered in June may be considered in September. In recent years, most EFP applications submitted for consideration have been to test deep set buoy gear. However, regulations implementing Amendment 6 to the HMS FMP, making deep set buoy gear illegal gear, along with related management measures, came into effect on June 7th, a couple of weeks ago. Management measures also include a limited entry permit to fish with the gear in the Southern California Bight. To allow continued fishing in the Southern California Bight until the first batch of limited entry permits can be issued, NIMS has reissued existing exempted fishing permits for deep set buoy gear in a new form to exempt permit holders from the limited entry permit requirement until those permits are issued. When the first batch of limited entry permits is issued, these reissued EFPs will be revoked. For this reason, the council and NIMS are not accepting new deep set buoy EFPs for configurations described in regulation as an authorized gear. And just a note, so that there is a period for NIMS to solicit applications for those limited entry permits, which closes, I believe, on August 7th. And once that application period closes, NIMS will be ranking the applications and issuing the first batch of permits per the framework outlined in the FMP and regulations. The council received 5 EFP applications for review. They're listed in the reference materials, so attachments 1 through 5. Attachment 1 is an application to test simultaneous deployment of 20 pieces of standard deep set buoy gear, which is more than the currently legal limit of 10 pieces. This application proposes also testing the increased deployment at night. And one of the applicants on that application currently holds an EFP to test night deployment, which is shorthanded as night set buoy gear. Attachment 2 is a cover letter and application from Donald Krebs to test night set buoy gear. In his cover letter, Mr. Krebs requests that he be added to Mr. Perez's EFP, although I think some subsequent clarification and discussion suggests that actually, rather than being added to that permit, he would is asking for his own permit, although he intends to work with Mr. Perez in terms of his fishing activity. Attachment 3 is a request from Mr. Perez to extend his current night set buoy gear EFP for 2 additional years. And he also endorses the request to add Mr. Krebs to his EFP. Again, there's some uncertainty there about exactly whether means putting Mr. Krebs' name on his EFP or whether they really want Mr. Krebs to get his own EFP. But anyways, probably not your concern at the moment. So then attachments 4 and 5 are applications requesting to fish the newly authorized deep set buoy gear configurations. As a legally authorized gear, these requests should instead be submitted to NIMS for an open access deep set buoy gear endorsement or a limited entry permit or both under the new regulations. So they are indicating in their applications that they would fish in the Southern California Bight. So so they would need to have a limited entry permit. There is, of course, the possibility if an EFP could be authorized to effectively exempt these 2 people from the requirement to possess a limited entry permit to fish in the Southern California Bight with what is now otherwise legal gear. So just a subtlety in interpreting what the implications are of those 2 applications. In September 2022, the council deferred a recommendation on 3 applications proposing to increase the number of pieces of deep set buoy gear deployed to 15 and 1 application to test the efficacy of an extended length buoy gear configuration on larger vessels. I think I made a mistake here. I think it's 4 applications for the increase in the number of pieces, but anyways, you can confirm how many there are by going back and looking at the briefing materials from September where those applications are listed. Anticipating deep set buoy gear authorization, the council decided the decisions about deep set buoy gear modification should occur after an authorized fishery is in place and more information about performance of the fishery is available. The council could consider whether to make a recommendation on the Perez et al. Application, that's attachment 1, and the 2022 applications in the current EFP process, or defer any recommendations on these applications to 2024 or beyond. In September of last year, the council also discussed developing criteria it could apply when considering EFPs to test modified deep set buoy gear configurations. Articulating when such applications would be considered and laying out criteria that would be used to assess them would help interested parties in developing proposals. And, reiterating your message so there's no apparent confusion, I guess you could say. And then finally, attachment 6 compiles reports on 2022 activity, and those reports are submitted by the EFP holders as required under the council operating procedure, and also I think it's a condition of their permit. There's a NIMS report under this agenda item that provides some updates on the EFP process and including information how the council might establish how criteria the council might establish could influence future Endangered Species Act consultations. I think that was a question that the council asked of NIMS previously. So in addition to the, I've already mentioned, so there's the attachments with the EFP applications, and well, one of them is the Perez request to extend his existing EFP for another 2 years, and the other 4 are the applications for EFPs. And as I mentioned, attachment 6, the reports, and NIMS report. And so in addition to that, finally, the supplemental materials are reports from your management team and advisory subpanel. So the action list here, listed here is preliminary review of exempted fishing permit applications, and as noted, describing the process outlined in the operating procedure would be whether, once you've considered those applications, potentially those that you deferred action on last year, whether to forward any or all of those for further consideration at your September meeting. And with that, that's my overview.
Great, thank you, Kit. Are there any questions on the overview? Okay, we'll get started on the reports, and we'll start with the NIMS report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll summarize. Our report includes updates on 4 issues related to EFPs. First, as Kit went over in his system, we have sent letters to all existing standard and linked deep set buoy gear EFP holders to notify them of the new regulations to authorize buoy gear. And then we reissued the existing EFPs to be exempted from the requirement to possess a limited entry permit, since that's now in effect. This approach allows continued buoy gear fishing until the first limited entry permits are issued later this year. It aligns the exemptions for these EFPs with the new regs. And the letter, of course, as Kit stated, makes it clear that the reissued EFPs we just did will expire upon issuance of the first batch of buoy gear limited entry permits. Second, we have some updates on additional EFPs submitted in 2022, which Kit went over as well. We noted that during the September meeting, the council recommended NIMS issue an EFP to Mr. Honings for nights at buoy gear, while putting on hold the consideration his request to fish 5 additional pieces, or excuse me, fish additional pieces of buoy gear. We didn't issue this EFP because Mr. Honig had let us know he had a work conflict. However, we do understand he now wishes to pursue the EFP and maybe actually testifying today. Regarding the other pending EFP applications, NIMS took away from the September meeting. The council was interested in these applications, but as noted in the situation summary, we anticipate and welcome further discussion and clarification at this meeting on that. If that is the case and some of those are recommended, our plan would be to issue a Federal Register notice to solicit public comment on those after this meeting, potentially in August. And then recognizing the buoy gear final regulations became effective on June 7th of this year, we could scope the federal review process for any additional EFPs, and then we could report on any comments received on those 22 applications at the September council meeting coming up, if that's what the council recommends. Third, regarding data from the current buoy gear EFPs, we continue to work with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to run a quality control and assurance check of the integrated data set, including data through 2022. We've had a couple technical issues with the PACFIN system, but we expect to complete the process this summer before the quote unquote data freeze that's associated with the ranking of buoy gear applications according to the tiered criteria. And if the council would like, we can come back and report summary data on effort and catch for all of the buoy gear EFPs through 2022 at the upcoming September meeting. And then finally, as Kit noted, our report provides detail regarding the influence of different EFP criteria on Endangered Species Act consultations. This was a request to NIMS at the September 22 council meeting. And I won't go into it in detail here, but happy to answer questions. The criteria that we describe here in more detail include things that we've heard before or see in various HMS CFPs, including prior fishing experience, functional components of gear figurations or fishing practices, purpose and goals of EFPs, and regulatory exemptions. Further detail on all the implication of these and how it relates to ESA consultations is available in our report there. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. Are there questions of Ryan on the NIMS report? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ryan. We'll continue on to the HMS Management Team report. Matthew Craig, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, Dr. Matthew Craig, Southwest Fisheries Science Center and member of the HMS Management Team. I'll be reading into the record supplementary report number 1 for agenda item J3. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team reviewed the 4 exempted fishing permit applications, the extension request and support letter submitted to the council for consideration at this meeting, and the annual EFP reports. The team notes that the 2022 activity report from the Flagler Institute for Environmental Research inadvertently left out the total number of swordfish landed under their EFP for the calendar year 2022. The team requested the missing information from Pier, who reported that 40 swordfish were landed. Of the 5 submissions, 2 of these, attachment 4 and attachment 5, request to fish standard buoy gear in the Southern California Bight. Considering that the gear has recently been authorized, the council should not recommend issuance of these EFPs. Instead, these applicants should apply for a limited entry permit for the authorized fishery in the Southern California Bight by the August 7th, 2023 deadline, purchase a general HMS permit with a deep set buoy gear endorsement to allow them to fish deep set buoy gear north of Point Conception or both. Attachment 3 from Mr. Perez was submitted to request an extension of his night set buoy gear EFP for an additional 2 years and to add Mr. Krebs to his night set buoy gear EFP. After receiving clarification from Mr. Perez, the team understands that Mr. Krebs is seeking his own night set buoy gear EFP on his own vessel as specified in his application, rather than to be added to Mr. Perez's permit as stated in the application cover letter. The team requests confirmation of this understanding from Mr. Krebs prior to the September 2023 meeting. The council should recommend to NIMS the extension of the Perez night set buoy gear EFP at this meeting and forward Mr. Krebs' Nightset Buoy Gear EFP application for final consideration at the September 2023 meeting. Attachment 1 was submitted by Mr. Perez, Krebs, and Mintz to fish 20 pieces of standard buoy gear and Nightset Buoy Gear each, using a single hook per piece of gear and following all other existing EFP requirements. The team recommends the council consider this application alongside the previous applications received in 2022, which also requested testing more than 10 pieces of gear that the council deferred for consideration. At that meeting, the council chose to delay making recommendations for EFP applications requesting to test more than 10 pieces of gear and asked the team to develop experience criteria that could be used to evaluate these applications. The team recommends that a basic criterion for testing any deep set buoy gear configurations in the Southern California Bight under an exempted fishing permit should be possession of a limited entry permit. Additionally, the team suggests the council ask the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel to provide suggestions for experience levels for evaluating EFP applications requesting to fish more than 10 pieces of gear. The team would then analyze and provide the council with the final recommendation. The pending 2022 EFP applications and the current 2023 applications, with the exception of the 2022 peer application for extended linked buoy gear, would be exemptions from the recently implemented deep set buoy gear regulations, including the limitation of 10 pieces of gear fished per set, the limitation to only fish during daytime hours, or both. We provided a table as a summary for reference as we were having some difficulty keeping everything straight. The peer EFP applications to fish XLBG differs from the other applications in that issuance would require more considerable exemptions to regulations for gear authorized under the HMS FMP. For example, to allow with more hooks per section of linked buoy gear, a larger footprint, changes to gear tending, etc. The team considers the Perez, Krebs, and Mintz application, which is attachment 3, as redundant with the 2022 Perez and Mintz applications. The team recommends that the 2022 Perez and Mintz applications no longer be considered. The team also had a discussion on council operating procedures. The team believes that Council Operating Procedure 20, which is the protocol for consideration of exempted fishing permits for HMS species, needs revision for a variety of reasons and proposes to undertake that work. A draft revised version of the COP would be brought forward at a future meeting for council consideration under the Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures agenda item. The COP could describe the application process more clearly, better specify the required contents of applications, and revise some out-of-date aspects, for example, the application submitted deadlines. And that concludes our report.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Craig. I'll look around the table for any questions on the MT report. And I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. We have one more report and then we'll take our lunch after that. Dave Rudy with the HMSAS report.
Good morning again, Chairman Gillnet and council members. The HMSAS received the following, reviewed the exempted fishing permit application submitted to the council for review at this meeting and makes the following recommendation. The application for Nathan Perez, Donald Krebs, and Stephen Mintz. The HMS believes allowing the applicants to fish with 20 buoys is too many at this time. A more incremental approach, we recommend an EFP allowing 10 buoys at night, given that this type of fishing hasn't been extensively tested, and allowing 15 buoys during the day, which would be a prudent level to initially assess the effects of using more buoys. The application from Donald Krebs for nightset buoy gear and Nathan Perez to extend his nightset buoy gear EFP for 2 years. We understand that Donald Krebs and Nathan Perez are requesting separate EFPs for nightset buoy gear, even if they plan to coordinate fishing activities. The HMSAS supports these two requests. Applications from Andrew Hemstreet and Kenton Ethan Since deep set buoy gear is a legal gear, the exemption they are requesting is the requirement to possess a limited entry permit to fish in Southern California Bight. The advisory subpanel does not support issuing EFPs to these two individuals. It's the qualification process that has just been implemented. The 5 applications which the council deferred in September 22. In fairness, the applicants, the advisory subpanel recommends the council lay out a clear schedule for when they will take action on these applications.
All right, thank you very much, Dave. Are there questions on the AS report? Thank you, Dave.
Thank
you for your concise recommendations. And that completes all reports. We have a number of public comments, which we'll take up after lunch. We'll be back here at 1:05.
Recording stopped.
Testing.
Recording in progress.
All right, I know it's the last lunch hour of this council meeting, but we got a few more things to do here today. So if folks could make their way to their seats, that would be delightful. All right, just before lunch, we completed reports, and that takes us to public comment. I believe there are 4 folks signed up for public comment, and I will call them in order. We'll start with Scott Albers. Oh,
yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. I just wanted to put in a brief comment that Pier submitted an EFP application in June of 2020 to test modified deep set buoy gear configurations for selectively targeting swordfish off California and Oregon. The proposed XLBG portion of the EFP works to provide additional fishing opportunities across an extended portion of the California and Oregon coastline through accommodating larger vessels that have the potential to fish farther offshore within productive areas that have a history of extensive swordfish landings. Considering that Pier has identified both federal and private funding sources and that there were no proposed modifications to the Pier EFP application following the June 2022 and November 2022 council meetings, we ask that the council please prioritize this and other EFP applications that both occur outside of the existing limited entry area for the recently authorized deep set fishery and have a high likelihood of being used to provide useful data to the council, as well as incorporate existing vessels from the commercial swordfish fleet. We are thankful for all the time and hard work the council and its advisory bodies continue to invest in exploring clean and sustainable options for the U.S. West Coast. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions by the council.
Thank you, Mr. Albers. Are there questions for Scott? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from Chris Honings. I saw Chris online. You may be muted still. We're not copying you here. We will come back to you, Chris. Try to get that issue figured out. We'll move on to Teresa Labriola, who is here in person. Welcome, Teresa.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans. Just a couple of quick comments on exempted fishing permits. We continue to support the testing of sustainable gear that increases target species catch and reduces bycatch, protects threatened species and endangered species, and can respond to changes in the California current ecosystem that we've seen. Buoy gear was tested through the EFP process, and we think that was a good outcome of the EFP process. As you know, buoy gear still stands out for its high swordfish catch rates and low bycatch of non-target species, its live release of incidentally caught and undersized fish, and cost-effective monitoring and enforcement. Its rapid deployment and retrieval, combined with fishing at depth below the thermocline, has enabled highly selective targeting. And because it's actively tended, the risk of post-release mortality of bycatch is significantly reduced. And for these reasons, we continue to support EFPs that incorporate the key components of buoy gear, including active tending and fishing below the thermocline. And several of the applications I think you have still pending from last year, including the peer EFP, not only start with buoy gear, but also work to incorporate new fishermen and new users into the buoy gear community, so to speak. And I'd like to continue to support the testing of iterations of deep set buoy gear that you have recently authorized. I did actually want to really highlight, though, in the management team's report, their recommendation to revise and update COP 20, the council operating procedure for exempted fishing permits. And I think this would be something good to maybe bring back up under agenda J5 on how to incorporate this into a swordfish workshop as part of the agenda, so that we can develop better procedures for soliciting and evaluating exempted fishing permits in the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for your testimony. Look to see if there are any questions. And I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Let's come back to Chris. Chris, it looks like you're unmuted now, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I was hitting the wrong mute button there. I'd just like to introduce myself again real quick to the members of the council that don't know me. My name's Chris Honings. I'm a San Diego third generation commercial fisherman. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to address the council in support of not just mine, but all of the EFPs pertaining to the DSBG swordfish. And, you know, also to remind the council that the East Coast federal fishery is already allowed to fish both night and day, as well as use more pieces of gear. And it's my belief that we need the flexibility to fish either day or night in order to make DSBG a viable fishery. It's no secret that the 2022 season was far from a banner year for the vast majority of EFP holders. So I ask that you all endorse the night set components, at least of the submitted EFPs, in order to gather necessary data and prove the theory that this, selected and targeted gear type can produce swordfish in commercial quantity. And I believe that if we're able to fish both night and day, as well as use more gear together, we can turn this into a sustainable and lucrative fishery. And, I kind of wrote up this little spiel before, obviously before we heard some of the comments. So I apologize if anything's sounding repetitive or, already covered, but just kind of the nature of the council beast, I suppose. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has about the EFPs.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Honings. Let's see if there are any questions. John Ugaritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chris, for your testimony. Just wanted to make sure the council previously approved an EFP for NIMS to issue for night set buoy gear for you. I think you had some personal issues that prevented you from fishing it. And so now you're interested in moving forward with that. Is that correct?
Well, I never had any personal issues in fishing. I kind of heard that before, and I'm not quite sure where that's coming from. I was under the impression that at the September meeting that the night set component was approved, but not the increase for the number of pieces. And all we were waiting on was a revision to the ESA consultation first. I was involved in other fisheries with just because the the sword was so slow this last season. I have to, I have a family, have to keep the lights on. So I ran a tender last year up in Alaska and started kind of doing lighting for squid a little bit early. But yeah, I never ceased to be interested in obtaining the CFP.
All right. Any further questions of Mr. Honings? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, you too. All right, Robert Ellis. All right, you're muted, so see if you can unmute yourself there.
Hello.
Oh, loud and clear. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me adjust my volume so I can hear. Hear me okay? I don't know if you guys can hear me. I hear nothing.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Beautiful. I hear you now. Okay. Hello, council members. I'm Rob Ellis, and I'm the only blood brother of Captain Ron Ellis, who hopefully you all know passed away while doing deep set buoy gear sword fishing earlier this year. I spent 3 weeks writing while crying while making a public comment or a concern, I suppose, that I had posted under the J1 section of the agenda regarding the transferability of my brother's Ron swordfish permit that appears to have been overlooked in that section of the discussion. As most of you can imagine, this is an extremely difficult time for myself and my family, and the subject of this permit is also very emotional for us as well, as the fairness of the permit process has affected our family in the past. For that reason, I had originally thought it would be best for me to put my thoughts on paper instead of exposing myself to this emotional topic in such a public forum. However, I'm hoping this concern isn't being ignored, and I'm wondering when this issue will be addressed, since it was not discussed in the J1 section of this meeting. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Are there any questions of Mr. Ellis? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that completes public comment and takes us to our council action here, which is the preliminary review of the EFP applications. Let's first have some discussion, perhaps. Mr. Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we are all excited to see buoy gear implemented in California for fishing swordfish. We worked a long time as a council. A large number of our fishery constituents put a large amount of effort into fishing EFPs for this gear. And it's definitely time to see it started as a real fishery. I'm also very interested in seeing how that fishery plays out. And I feel that the council, with advice from many of the participants in the EFP fishery, along with a lot of our advisory bodies, came up with a plan to issue those permits. Initially, we discussed making that an open access fishery. We realized that we wanted to rationalize the start of that fishery by slowly issuing permits over a period of time. And we're just getting that process started right now. So with that said, I have some feelings about where we go next, especially with deep set buoy gear. And the where we go next that I'd like to see is the fishery itself. There are some EFP requests specifically to fish standard buoy gear that I believe NIMS indicated previously doesn't work when you have the fishery established for that gear. So you can't exempt someone from a regulation that allows something already. And then we have some applications to fish different times of day, the night set gear that we've previously approved. And I still support testing that gear. And then we have some EFPs that are suggesting fishing deep set buoy gear in a different way by adding pieces of gear. And that's where I start to hesitate, because I think it's perhaps contrary to the large number of discussions we've had already about this gear and about how to rationalize its development. So I've got, sort of those broad thoughts to start with, and happy to hear more from other council members.
All right, thank you, John, for getting our discussion started. I'm sure there's someone with a response. Krista Svensson?
I feel like everyone's looking at me since I usually weigh in. I tend to agree. I think we have, at least in my experience on the time of the council, we've had a tremendous number of EFPs. We certainly have had a number that are mixed. And I think that it is very encouraging that we still have people that are leaning into the process and wanting to engage in really in a path that will hopefully lead us towards more robust fisheries. And I think we've got a variety to choose from today, and I believe we have a path forward, or are looking for a path forward. So just feeling fairly positive about what we're going to work on today.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolick. That's interesting reading through all the reports about how people did, and interesting that how deep set buoy gear is kind of a tool in the toolbox for swordfish fishermen, since depending on ocean conditions, they were using that instead of harpooning. But also, it's also pretty apparent that there's a lot to be learned, I think, in this fishery still. And I see it's nice to see a lot of people try different things. Crowding looks to be an issue down or in the future, which is, I think we need to be careful about that. There's too much gear in the water. But it looks like some people are succeeding better than others. I assume that's probably some fishermen are better than others too, for that matter. But anyway, it's I think that really stood out to me how much of a it's one of the components of being a swordfish fisherman. That's it, kind of stood out to me. So anyway,
thank you. I think that John Ugritz did break down the EFPs in neat categories. And I think we saw some of that reflected in the AS report as well. So looking for some direction here. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If there's not further discussion, I do have a motion ready for this item.
Please.
If I could get that on the screen, thank you. I move the council, 1, recommend National Marine Fisheries Service not approve EFPs for Mr. Hemstreet, attachment 4, and Mr. Effen, attachment 5, for standard buoy gear in the Southern California Bight. 2, recommend NMFS extend Mr. Nathan Perez's night set buoy gear EFP for another 2 years, attachment 3. 3, request that Mr. Donald Krebs clarify his request, attachment 2, to confirm it is for his own EFP and not a modification of another EFP, for consideration at the September 2023 council meeting. 4, recommend NMFS approve the 2022 Flagler Institute of Environmental Research EFP application for extended linked buoy gear with 100% observer coverage until NMFS determines enough data have been collected, with a minimum of 10 observed sets per vessel. And 5, recommend National Marine Fisheries Service not approve EFPs for testing more pieces of deep set buoy gear or night set buoy gear, including those submitted to the council in 2022, that were put on hold, and the application from Perez, Krebs, and Mintz at this meeting, attachment 3, until the authorized fishery has been operational for 2 seasons.
All right, thank you, John. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
It is.
All right, I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The first 2 applications are for standard configuration of deep set buoy gear, which has now been authorized. Recommending these EFPs would circumvent the limited entry process that NIMS established based on council recommendations. Mr. Perez is the only individual that has completed any night set buoy gear fishing to date. As I commented last year, I see the value in issuing EFPs to a couple more individuals in order to hopefully collect more data as to the efficacy and potential impact of night set buoy gear. Sets fished to date have had no bycatch, and I think it would be beneficial to cautiously increase effort through a limited number of EFPs prior to considering future action. I support forwarding Mr. Krebs' application to the next meeting for final consideration, provided he's able to confirm the advisory body's understanding that his desires are for his own permit, not an extension or modification of Mr. Perez's. With regard to Mr. Honig's, the council previously recommended that NIMS approve his EFP request for night set buoy gear, and I believe NIMS is able to issue that EFP, having already conducted the necessary analysis. I welcome Mr. Wolf's input after I finish to confirm if that's correct. After consideration of the Flagler Institute request from last year, the gear configuration is more similar to some of our non-buoy gear EFPs that the council has already considered and recommended for approval, such as the midwater snap gear and shortline EFPs, neither of which have yet been fished, but I'd really like to see effort to determine the impacts of those gear types. We need to find a gear that's capable of producing higher volume landings, and I think these EFPs have potential to do just that. Since the Flagler request proposes larger vessels to fish further west, largely outside of the Southern California Bight, where deep set buoy gear is currently fished, and the applicant proposes using satellite-based tracking on the gear, among other mitigation strategies, I feel comfortable recommending this EFP with 100% observer coverage until National Marine Fisheries Service determines enough data have been collected, but again, with no less than 10 observed sets per vessel. All of the EFPs requesting to fish more than 10 pieces of gear, including those submitted to the council in 2022 that were put on hold, and the application from Mr. Perez, Mr. Krebs, and Mr. Mintz submitted to this meeting, should not be approved until the authorized fishery has been operating for 2 seasons. The council has been very deliberate and precautionary in developing the deep set buoy gear fishery at the urging of industry representatives and others. Limited entry permits are being issued in a phased approach in order to avoid issues with gear conflicts, overcrowding, or possible flooding of the market. And issuing EFPs for more pieces of gear is contradictory to this cautionary approach and potentially allows for a loophole for those who will not receive a limited entry permit to fish before others. I'd recommend that the council wait to consider any EFPs for additional pieces of deep set buoy gear until the fishery has been operational for 2 years to allow information on these key considerations to be available and to understand any other facets of the fishery that are not yet apparent. At that time, the council may recommend approval of past or new EFP proposals and determine what number of additional pieces of gear is appropriate, if any. In summary, we would be recommending that NIMS approve the 2022 EFP applications from the Flagler Institute to test extended configuration of linked gear, and the 2023 request from Mr. Nathan Perez to extend his night set buoy gear term. One application, Mr. Krebs, would come back in September for the second meeting and the public input prior to a recommendation to NIMS. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, John. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion? Discussion on the motion? Ms. Svensson.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I will be a little more articulate on this one. I'm going to support this motion. I think that it strikes a balance in terms of moving forward with research that we desperately need in HMS fisheries, but also is going to give us a chance to really look at the impacts of the fishery that we just authorized. And I think that that's critical to give people a chance to actually get out there and use the gear and not have other work going on in that area. I would be interested in seeing EFPs outside of the Southern California Bight. I think that there is probably a larger area. And I know that some of these do touch on that, but I think it would be helpful to have more data from more places, and that could include some of the things like night setting, in my opinion. But we would need to obviously go back through the EFP process next year to really get at that, as opposed to picking it up randomly. I will also say that I have some concerns in terms of additional pieces of buoy gear. When you think about active tending and you're starting to get into the 20 piece point, I think it is pretty difficult if you double the amount of equipment you have and you have multiple swordfish out there that you're trying to actively tend. And so if in the long term, people are looking at putting those in, it would be very helpful, at least for me and probably for other council members, to, have a very clear understanding of how that active tending is going to happen so that concerns can be alleviated. But with that, I will again say I will be supporting this motion.
All right, thank you, Krista. Kit, and then I'll come back to Ryan because if you have a process issue here.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, this was helpfully pointed out to me. It is under bullet number 5, the reference to the Perez Krebs and Mintz EFP. It references attachment 3, and I believe that should be attachment 1. So seeking clarification that that's the correct reference.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. That's a typographical error.
All right. So I think that we can make an informal correction here as long as Mr. Dooley's okay with that. It's not strictly, but I think that for a minimal error like that, unless there's any objection. All right. So now I'll go to Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to point that out as well. So thanks, Kit. Just a minor clarification. And then John, you mentioned wanting confirmation from me. I'm sorry, I was also double checking something else. Was that in reference to the peer application?
John?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. For Mr. Honig's night set, I believe the council already recommended that to you and you conducted the analyses and can issue it. Is that correct?
Thank you. My apologies for having to make you restate that. Yes, that is correct. And we can move forward with it.
Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. Further business on this agenda item? Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just reflecting on Robert Ellis's comments and, don't know a lot about it, but I read the testimony in the previous agenda item. I think he was probably misplaced in where it was put, but there was 2 comments there as well from Ron, as well as another fellow commenting on it as well. So I'm just where we could get a little more information on that, because it kind of ties into the other agenda items we've had about family transfers of permits and such. And I think we talked about this a little bit in the gear switching. One of the alternatives there had it, and it's that very thing affected me when my brother passed. We lost a permit. There was a permit in our family and our business and such, and it went away. And because it was in my brother's name, although the business owned it all and used it all those years. So and it's a little bit different, but I'm sensitive to these family things, and I'd just like to have more information if it's here. Maybe John might know something about it or whatever, but just I'm sensitive to it. I think we owe some discussion about it. So thank you.
Sure. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I think you asked for clarification. I'm glad you raised this. I did want to get my hand up when Rob testified, but was not quick enough. So want to begin by acknowledging NIMS has worked very closely with his brother Ron over the time of issuing me and working on the EFPs. So wanted to say how sorry we are for their loss and extend our deepest sympathies to him and his family. I want to say that first. Regarding your question, we're going a little bit clarification, I think, on the issue here. Yeah, I mean, the existing regulations include a one-time transfer of a limited entry permit to a family member in the event of an incapacitation of the permit holder. But this was anticipated or projected to be after permits were issued, right? They don't currently provide for transfer of an EFP holder's eligibility status under such conditions. So the regs are unfortunately, that's how they're laid out. And, I will just acknowledge when we were working on the regulations, we had a lot of discussion here around the table. We thought through a lot of potential future circumstances, but we didn't anticipate this one, something like this happening before we could even issue the permit, which is what is in the regulations specifically that can be transferred. So I hope that answers, at least clarifies the status of the regs as they are now.
Bob Dooley.
Well, thanks for that. That's a good clarification. It's an unfortunate result. And I guess my question then would be, is there something that could be done to maybe rectify that? That's an unfortunate result, I think. So thanks.
Is that a question to NIMS?
Yes.
All right. Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Dewey, for the question. I mean, because it's so clear from our read and our general counsel's read of regulations, in order to do that, you need to amend the regs. I mean, you would need a minimum of two meeting council process. We'd have to work on that rulemaking, which probably would not be able to be put in place until winter or spring of 2024 at the earliest. And that potentially, or maybe almost most likely, would delay issuing of all of the permits to even start the fishery. That's the only path forward that I mean, that's what you're faced with just based on the fact that it's in regs and where we are with the current process being open now for applications.
All right. It's unfortunate. Any further discussion on this particular item or anything further for this agenda item around the table? John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There was a note in the team's report about changes to the COP for this. I think I'm fine with the team working on that when it's timely and they've got the bandwidth to do it. I think it fits in somewhat with our next discussion where we might talk more about EFPs generally for HMS. But I did want to just note that it's in their report. I'm supportive of it. And it's a timing and workload issue.
Well, it's pretty rare for, our advisory bodies and management teams seem to be so busy when they were asking to do something, then maybe we ought to take them at their word, right? So is there any objection to having the management team review the COP and offer some suggested edits? All right, so we'll capture that. Let me see if there's anything further. All right, Kit, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you've done well. You have, with the motion, you have very clearly laid out what your intention is with these applications that you've seen at this meeting, and also as we've been talking about those deferred applications from last year. So I'm not going to run through that decision. You just made it and it was up on the screen. I'll just state the obvious that so we will be having an EFP agenda item in September to address that one application that the motion said should be forwarded for final action, the Donald Krebs's night set buoy gear application. So just to put a note down there, and you'll remember it when you come to agenda planning tomorrow. And also noting that last comment endorsing the management team's request to look at potential revisions to the operating procedure, time permitting, time and workload permitting. So they'll come back at some point with that based on their work priorities. So with that, I think we've covered everything that is necessary here.
All right. Well, thanks very much. Good work on that agenda item, but don't get up yet. We're going to move straight on to agenda item J4, Drift Gillnet Bycatch Performance Report. And I'll go right back to you, Kit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll, as usual, read from the situation summary. Since June 2017, the Council has been receiving an annual report from the HMSMT comparing estimated bycatch in the large mesh drift gillnet fishery for selected species or species groups against performance metrics. In 2017 and 18, the team reported bycatch estimates using ratio estimates and their references to those reports. In 2018, the SSC reviewed and the Council approved for use a more robust statistical method developed by Mr. Jim Coretta at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for estimating protected species bycatch in the gillnet fishery. The HMSMT additionally applied this method to finfish species and or species groups as requested by the Council in 2018. Again, a reference there to your action, and reported bycatch estimates against a revised list of species in June of 2019. The Council endorsed, the methodology presented by the team at that time and tasked the team with developing an action line suitable for detecting exceptionally high bycatch rates for those same species. Again, reference to the motion for that action. The team last reported the bycatch metrics in June 2021, and just noting they did not report in 2020 because we were slammed with the impacts, if you will, of the COVID-19 epidemic. And then again in 2022, because the Council directed the team to focus work on the hard caps measure. And so over the last few years, it was in June 2021 that the team presented estimates, and that was for the 2018 and 19 calendar years. And then in its supplemental report, it presented a multi-year trend analysis for species and species groups included in the Council's performance metrics list. As you are all well aware of, the Drift Net Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act mandates a phase out of the gillnet fishery by 2027, recognizing the need to focus on the fishery phase out and the current low level of participation in the fishery. This past March, the Council concluded that the workload entailed in applying the regression tree method to finfish metrics was unwarranted, and that observer data about bycatch available fishing season summaries provided in the PACFIN Apex reporting system is sufficient to monitor finfish bycatch. And you had in your materials, NIMS Report 1, which also references and describes that Apex report where you can access the observer report information. And so the team has provided a supplemental report with updated estimates of bycatch and bycatch performance for the 2020 and 2021 calendar years. So those are the two reports that you have before you, the NIMS report and the supplemental management team report.
All right, thank you, Kit. Are there any questions on the overview? All right, not having any questions, we'll start forward with reports. I'll turn first to Mr. Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report.
Thank you, Chair. We have one brief report on this agenda item. It notes that the council decided against tasking the HMSMT with evaluating the drift gillnet fisheries performance on finfish metrics, given the workload and implications of the Drift Net Act. When doing so, the council discussed other tools for monitoring the fisheries performance on finfish bycatch. One such mechanism includes observer summary reports for the fishery. So we have worked with PAC states to transition reporting of these summaries to the PACFin Apex platform. These reports allow users to view that summary data by calendar year or by season. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are any questions on the NIMS report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. We'll move next to the management team report. Steve Stows, come forward.
I was warned about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm Dr. Stephen Stows from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and I'll be giving the supplemental team report 1 under this agenda item. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team reviewed the most recent estimates for bycatch in the large mesh drift gillnet fishery in order to create the performance metrics table for calendar years 2020 and 21 for marine mammal and sea turtle bycatch estimates. Given the direction from the council in September of 22, the team did not create performance metrics for finfish species, but reviewed the National Marine Fisheries Service observer summaries for 2021-22 and 2022-23 seasons. Table 1 in our report shows the updated performance metrics for marine mammal and sea turtle bycatch following the same methodology as in the June 2019 team report. As seen in the table, the only metric exceeded in either year was for humpback whale in 2021. The 2021 estimate reflects both humpback whales observed taken in the fishery that year, with the addition of an estimate of expected humpback whale bycatch in the unobserved portion of fishing effort. The team notes that of the 2 humpback whales observed caught in 2021, both were released alive, one with gear attached. It is not possible to determine whether a single exceedance of a humpback performance metric represents an increasing trend in bycatch in the fishery or an anomaly. Humpback whale interactions have been rare events in the fishery back to the beginning of the observer program in 1990. The last observed humpback whale take before the recent ones occurred during the 2004-2005 fishing season. Based on past experience, the occurrence of 2 humpback whale interactions in 2021 most likely does not indicate an increased risk of interactions in subsequent seasons. Should the humpback whale performance metric continue to be exceeded in subsequent years, the team advises that the council discuss at that time whether additional management measures are practicable for the DGN fishery. The summaries of observer data for 2021-22 and 2022-23 seasons show that there was no observed take of any of the finfish species for which the council previously requested performance metrics, nor unusual bycatch of any finfish species to raise concern. The team calculated the overall finfish retention rate for these two seasons and determined the 2021-22 season had a retention rate of 60% and the 2022-23 season 42%. These are substantially lower than the council's 70% retention metric. However, these two seasons had low swordfish catch, as did all swordfish gears in 21 and all non-harpoon gears in 2022, and high mola mola catch, 403 and 393 individuals respectively, with all but one fish released alive. Post-release mortality is believed to be extremely low for this species due to several factors, such as low metabolic demand and typically short handling time to release mola from nets. Excluding mola catch from the retention rate metric calculation, but leaving slender mola catch results in retention rates of 94% for 2021-22 and 88% for 2022-23. The team discussed a multi-year trend analysis that was produced for the first time in June 21 for calendar years 2018 and 2019. This methodology was developed to address the council's request to monitor trends in bycatch and intended to capture long-term trends in an ongoing fishery in case future regulation is warranted. Given that the DGN fishery has been sunsetted by congressional legislation with full closures scheduled for year-end 2027, it is unlikely that a break in trend could be detected in the 4-year period the fishery will continue to operate. Thus, the team recommends the council forego further work on this part of the assignment. Several requests for the total number of sets in the fishery have been received. NIMS has shared that number, NIMS has shared that the total number of sets for the 2022 calendar year was 148 sets, fished by 7 vessels, with 28 observed sets for an observed coverage rate of 18.9%. The total number of sets is included in the annual marine mammal and turtle bycatch estimation reports and used to determine total bycatch estimates using the regression tree methodology. That methodology has been endorsed by the Scientific and Statistical Committee and adopted by the council and NIMS as best scientific information available for producing total bycatch estimates. The team notes that the council previously determined that expansion estimators of bycatch are not an appropriate methodology for estimating rare event bycatch. That's the end of our report, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stows. Are there any questions on the management team report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stows. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Got a question for you. That's the third paragraph, I think, of the report. It says, based on past experience, the occurrence of 2 humpback whales interactions in 2021 most likely does not indicate an increased risk of interactions in subsequent seasons. Should the humpback performance metric continue to be exceeded in subsequent years, the HMSMT advises that the council discuss at that time whether additional management measures are practicable for the DGN fishery. So my question is, can you expand a little bit more on what past experience means when you're making the conclusion that there's not an increased future risk? And what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to understand that when the MT is recommending the council address humpback bycatch, why not now, given we've surpassed the metric that we gave ourselves?
So basically what I'm getting at, or the team is getting at there, is that the humpback whale bycatch in the fishery has been observed very sporadically. As we mentioned in the report, the last previously observed take occurred back in 2004 through 2005. So there were many, many years of zero observed bycatch, which is the only evidence we have, at least direct evidence of whether bycatch is occurring. So basically what we're saying is that with so many gap years of no bycatch, the 1 year when when a bycatch incident occurs doesn't give very conclusive evidence on what is going to happen in the future. We could have another 10 plus years of zero observed bycatch, or it's possible that there will be more bycatch in the future, but there's just really nothing there on which to base a prediction.
Further questions on the management team report? Thank you very much, Dr. Stoves. Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn Mattis.
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough on the draw. And forgive me, I am very new to HMS and I'm learning all of your acronyms, and you guys call things slightly differently than we do in groundfish. The 2 whales that are reported, were both of those observed, or is that an expansion for observed and unobserved?
As we mentioned in our report, those 2 whales were both observed, both were released alive, one with gear attached.
Thank you for the clarification. I missed that when you were speaking.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Stoves.
Thank you.
That is the only report that I have. I do believe there's a public comment, and Ben Antignap is coming up to the table. Welcome, Ben.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ben Antignap, representing Oceana. Oceana is an international conservation organization dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. I want to appreciate the National Marine Fisheries Service and the management team for presenting data on the bycatch of finfish and protected species taken in the drift gillnet swordfish fishery. These large mesh drift gillnets have a long history of excessive bycatch, which is why the council recommended hard caps. It's why the council recommended performance metrics, 100% monitoring, and it's ultimately why the California Drift Gillnet Transition Program was established, and why Congress passed legislation to phase out large mesh drift gillnets by the end of 2027. But during this transition period, we continue to be concerned by the bycatch in this fishery, including threatened and endangered humpback whales. By the way, animals that are left with gear attached often die later. In fact, it can take up to 6 months for a whale to die of an entanglement by having to drag this gear behind them. So just because it was released alive with gear attached could ultimately be fatal. So this fishery takes threatened endangered humpback whales. We know that they take common dolphins, northern right whale dolphins, they take sea lions, and many other marine mammals and non-target fish that are taken in this gear. And we know that when observers are not present, which is about 80, sometimes over 80% of the time, fishermen are not self-reporting marine mammal takes as required by law. What's more, these performance objectives are frequently not met. It's humpback whales this time, but in the past, it's been prohibited sharks, elephant seals, gray whales. And unfortunately, this process that has been set up that there's really no consequence for exceeding a performance objective. Sometimes it's only that, well, maybe we set the performance objective in the wrong place. So you might be asking yourself, why have this agenda item when there are no consequences for failing to meet a performance objective? And due to this law that's passed, this gear is being phased out anyways. But I would argue that it's really important to continue to shine a bright light on the bycatch in this fishery so that the public and the managers can work together to make sure that bycatch is being minimized, the actions are taken, including, which is kind of a key recommendation here, is we encourage the council and NIMS to develop incentives for an early exit from this fishery and begin to transition to drift gillnet gear. Last, in this time of ecosystem-based management and requirements to minimize and avoid bycatch, we recommend broadening this agenda item to be a holistic review of bycatch in all HMS fisheries. This will ultimately help the council and the public better develop tools to reduce bycatch and find practical solutions going forward. So it's not just only about drift gillnets, but about your whole HMS program, and get a better look at that going forward into the future. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben. See if there are any questions for Ben on his testimony. Thank you very much, Ben. Well, that completes public comment and takes us to council action here. It's been a brief agenda item. So let's see if there is any commentary. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank the management team for their work on this. We've asked them to continue to inform us on what's going on in this fishery with regard to non-target catch and bycatch. And I think they did a great job of summarizing some pretty complex information that's out there. I do appreciate the comments that we want to shine a light and not forget about this fishery. I think that's why we continue to have this agenda item and why we plan to continue to have it over the course of the next few years before the fishery sunsets. I also feel that these performance metrics are not hard caps, and exceeding a single metric in a single year is not what we were looking for in terms of changing something. So yes, we absolutely should be concerned that 2 whales were caught in 1 year. And I'd say that if we see 1 or 2 caught next year, we really ought to consider what needs to happen. But in the meantime, that hasn't happened. It hasn't happened historically. And we don't anticipate it happening again. And we can't act on what we don't anticipate or what's not expected, nor what we don't know. So at this point, again, I appreciate what the team has provided. I think it highlights a lot of what we already know, some of the rationale for why there's federal action to sunset the fishery. And I want to move forward and make sure that we see just as good of a report next year.
Thank you, John. Further discussion on this agenda item, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Notice in the HMSMT report, the paragraph at the top of page 2, they were recommending some feedback on a piece of the report, the multi-year trend analysis, and whether or not that continues to be useful or they can forego working on that. I don't understand the details enough yet to know, but I wanted to make sure we addressed the request of the HMST. I think if we still get the main report with this type of information, it'll be useful, but can they forego that one piece of it? Thank you.
John.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lynn. I think that is a good thing to point out. I think what the team is saying is that this existing report is sufficient. I feel that way. Again, this is a fishery that is being sunsetted. Significant effort in scientific analysis doesn't provide us much, but we do want to continue to see the basic reporting.
Thank you. That helps with my understanding, and I think helps give some direction to the team as they requested.
All right. Anything further? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo John's thoughts about what the team pulled together. I think it is useful, and it's really nice to have this reporting brought forward. I also heard Mr. Enteknap talk about potential utility of, I think he called it more similar broad review of bycatch across all of our HMS fisheries. I think that sounds like a good idea, and it seems like it's potentially appropriate to talk about under the next agenda item. So appreciate that thought. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Corey. All right, I'm not seeing any further hands, so I'll turn to Dr. Dahl and look for the word as to whether we're done here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, yes, I think you are. You had the report, and you had a little bit of discussion around it. I think there was general consensus that what the form and content of the report that the team presented is sufficient given the nature and the future of the fishery. So, specifically just the note from Ms. Mattis to clarify that trend analysis is not necessary to be included, sort of in future reports, based on the rationale given by the team about the short duration of the fishery. So with that, you can look forward to seeing a similar report next year with updated information for more recent years.
All right, thank you, Kit. Well, that concludes the penultimate HMS agenda item. And the next one is substantial, and we will take a 15-minute break. I'll see you back at 2:20. All right. We can maybe grab a seat and we'll get going. All right, for the last agenda item of the scheduled day, I will hand the gavel to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger once he grabs a seat.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grolnick. And with that, I'll let the Kit start us off here at J5. Kit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the summary here. In September 2022, the Council discussed the goals and actions described in the draft Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan. 3 of the 5 categories of actions identified in the plan relate to the California large mesh drift net gillnet fishery. Passage of the Drift Gillnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act mandates the end of the fishery by 2027. In that context, most, if not all, of the actions in those categories are no longer relevant. A 4th category of actions relates to authorization of deep set buoy gear and related management measures. Those actions were completed with federal regulations for the fishery, which just became effective. The 5th category of actions focuses on authorizing shallow set longline gear to target swordfish. However, to date, the Council has shown little interest in moving forward with permitting this gear type under the HMS FMP. And just noting, the last time you revisited that question and the scoping context was in November 2019, but did not decide to move forward on an action. While the Council declined to finalize the SMMP, it had an extensive discussion out of which emerged the idea of organizing a workshop that would focus on swordfish management issues in the context of the SMMP. Such a workshop could provide a more informal format to discuss swordfish management issues with outcomes brought back to the Council to frame potential future actions. During its discussion, the Council mentioned developing a more strategic approach to the use of exempted fishing permits to explore the feasibility of alternative low bycatch gear types for targeting swordfish, and more broadly, a revisitation of SMMP goals to assess their continued relevance and relationship to the HMS FMP. Given that the actions identified in the SMMP may no longer be relevant, such a workshop could also explore other actions consistent with Council goals for managing the fishery. The Council tasked the HMSMT with identifying potential workshop topics, taking into account the ideas brought up in the Council discussion in September 2022. This meeting is the first opportunity the Council has to revisit the workshop concept and provide further guidance necessary to begin organizing such an effort. During its May 1st and 2nd meeting, the HMSMT responded to the Council task, focusing on identifying potential workshop topics and raising questions the Council will need to answer if such a workshop is to be organized. And they submitted that report. It was in your advanced briefing materials. And in addition to that report, the HMSAS has submitted a supplemental report. And then the team, kind of in response to its concepts in the subpanel report, submitted a supplemental report, short supplemental report on this topic. So you have reports from your 2 HMS advisory bodies. So anyways, the issues, their Council action here is to identify issues to be addressed and provide guidance on process and timeline. And that finishes my overview.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Questions on Kit's overview? All right. Okay, with that, we're going to start off with the HMS AS, and Dave Rudy. Welcome back, Dave.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. My advice is fairly short, but I'm open to answer questions about it. But anyway, the advisory subpanel is an agreement that some sort of a workshop should take place in the near future. We understand due to council budget restraints, we recommend a possible workshop before or during the September council meeting in Spokane with the HMS and the management team. The two goals that we have for the workshop are the transition of the remaining drift net fleet to other economically viable options as required by federal legislation, and to explore options to increase swordfish production within the EEZ of the West Coast. Future meetings should include stakeholder engagement and need to be planned at appropriate times and locations. So we see this as the first meeting or two is just sort of to get organized, develop goals and objectives, and then find a way to invite all the fishermen that are going to be displaced to the meeting. And I think it's appropriate to have them invited during the off season, not during the fishing season, and at a place that's, geographically convenient for them to attend.
All right, thank you, Dave. Questions on the HMS AS report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. You've mentioned kind of an offsite meeting for stakeholders that are directly impacted and that they should be part of the process, but also at a time when it would be available for them. And then there's also in the report, the commentary around continuing this topic in September. I'm kind of making the assumption that those are not together. And you see value in having both of those. Did you have conversation around that within the AS that you could expand upon for us?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, we felt that it would take multiple meetings. It might be a Zoom meeting. It might be a physical meeting around a council meeting. And it would be appropriate then to get the stakeholders involved maybe after the fishing season, starting in February. Potentially at the March meeting in Fresno might be appropriate, or might be more appropriate to have an offsite meeting at NIMS headquarters or something. So I think we need to, gather more information and hear from NIMS what their transition plan is before we can really invite the stakeholders, because we really don't know what we can tell them yet. So I think goals and objectives and getting information from National Marine Fisheries Service about the transition program would be helpful before we invite the stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And just one more kind of follow on for that. I mean, obviously we have somebody or a couple of somebodies on the AS who are part of the DGN fishery. But do you think that that is sufficient in terms of getting input in how we would be structuring prior to getting all of our stakeholders involved? Or do you foresee any other outreach that needs to happen between those groups so that we can have something that would be the most likely to be successful for transitioning people?
I think outreach is very important, and certainly all the meetings are open to the public. If we have a Zoom meeting, it wouldn't hurt to have outreach to other DriftNet members, listen in and participate and start understanding the issues. But I think the directed, it's hard to get fishermen to meetings. So I think it'll take more organization to get some of these guys to come to a meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Oh, Bob Dewey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dave, for the report. Question, you seem to be indicating an in-person meeting for this industry stakeholder fisherman meeting. And you also mentioned Zoom meetings or such, virtual meetings. And you probably heard throughout the week the budget constraints and things like that, and time of the staff and everything else. Are you, do you have specific reasons why it needs to be in person, why that stakeholder meeting couldn't be virtual?
It could be a Zoom meeting, but I think at some point it would be good to have a physical meeting with the stakeholders too, but it can be a combination of both. And as we get started, we'll learn more, get more feedback from the stakeholders, either through, discussions amongst industry. As you mentioned, Gary is one of the members that's being displaced, and he will be reaching out to his friends and get their input. And, some of them may want to participate on a Zoom meeting. Some of them may want to come to a council meeting. We still have a lot of, work to be done before we can really organize it, I think.
Thank you, Bob. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Dave. With that, we'll take the HMS management team. Liz?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Liz Helmers with the HMS management team. I am going to be summarizing our 2 reports for you today. The council has asked the management team to provide input on priority items identified by the council for consideration during a swordfish workshop. The team has discussed council deliberations around the SMMP to date and the scope of such a workshop, and identified several topics which would be beneficial for the council to consider when scoping such a workshop. There were several logistical items which the council needs to address, such as funding, workshop structure, and dissemination and incorporation of workshop results. Some discussion was had on whether revision to the existing draft SMMP or creation of a new document would better meet the council's needs. Either way, the team would like the council to support the team in updating Section 3 of the SMMP to document actions that have been completed, are new, or may be unnecessary, and summarize which actions are still active. There are 2 separate sets of goals for the council to consider. First, the purpose and goals of the SMMP in Section 2, and then the goals for the workshop itself both need to be developed. With the purpose and goals of the SMMP potentially being revisited, the actions needed to be taken to achieve the goals in Section 3 should be reviewed either before or during the workshop. The SMMP as a living document is useful as a workload planning tool, and discussion at the workshop can consider workload and action prioritization, EFPs, and other fishery-related considerations. Given this, the team has the following recommendations. 1, to address the logistical questions identified in the beginning of Report 1. 2, have the team update Section 3 of the SMMP to document actions that have been completed, are new, or may be unnecessary, and summarize which actions are still active and awaiting council prioritization as part of the SMMP revision. And 3, consider including the following items for the SMMP workshop agenda as listed in the recommendation section of the report. In our supplemental report, the team voices support for the suggestion made in the advisory subpanel report to have a joint meeting between the management team and the advisory subpanel in September to prepare for an SMMP workshop sometime in 2024. In order for the advisory bodies to have a productive discussion, specific council guidance is needed to address the questions raised in Report 1. The team has some concerns about a joint meeting of the management team and advisory subpanel instead of an SMMP workshop, as suggested in public comment. If this is the preferred approach, the team recommends that the council schedule this joint meeting for sometime in February in Southern California to facilitate stakeholder participation as recommended by the AS, with progress reported to the council at its March 2024 meeting. And given the controversial nature of this topic, the team strongly encourages the use of an outside facilitator. And I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, Liz. Questions for Liz on the management team report? Krista Stinson.
Apparently I'm full of questions today, so thank you for bearing with me, and Mr. Vice Chair and everybody else. I have a couple of questions. We have the conversation around putting together the management team and the advisory body, and whether we did that January kind of offsite or in the margins of a meeting. Do you think if we did it in conjunction with a meeting, you would be recommending having an outside facilitator as well? Or is that more specific to kind of a more focused offsite type of approach?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Svensson. We are recommending an outside facilitator for any workshop or joint meeting where we'll really be getting into the meat of an SMMP revision or new document. This topic can be somewhat controversial, and if we have advisory bodies and the public trying to interact and come to a productive agreement in this, I think outside facilitation would definitely improve that process.
Thank you for the answer. And I have one more question, which is you provided a list of recommendations. They're numeric. Is that just a numeric list, or is there any prioritization of those items at the end of the first report?
Thank you. That is just a numeric list.
Thank you, Krista. All right, what else? Okay, thanks, Liz.
Thank you.
All right, that takes care of our reports. It brings us to public comment. First up will be Ben Etienne, followed by Teresa Labriola. Ben, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm Ben Enticknap representing Oceana. I just want to say that Oceana supports the goal of a vibrant West Coast swordfish fishery that minimizes and avoids bycatch. I actually think that we're at a really exciting time right now with the phase out and transition of the drift gillnet fishery and the recent authorization of deep set buoy gear. It's an exciting time, but it's also an uncertain time. So there is some utility to having some type of workshop or meeting to address some really important needs. We understood coming into this meeting that there was going to be this, what we thought was going to be a pretty big workshop. Now it seems to be maybe getting scaled down to some type of joint meeting. So I think it's going to be really important for the council to provide very focused advice for what needs to get done as part of this meeting. Our recommendation is to focus on the drift gillnet transition plan, including incentives for an early exit prior to the 2027 legislative deadline. It may be a little bit too early now to start talking about new gears or, a big expansion of a swordfish fishery, just as deep set buoy gear is just coming online as a full authorized fishery. We would recommend giving that a little bit more time to get going and get established before before looking at other ways to expand the fishery. If the council, though, however, is looking at kind of doing that, we recommend setting criteria for what new gears have to meet. And those criteria, those standards should be based on the performance of the deep set buoy gear, which has proved to be very effective, very selective gear type with very minimal bycatch. I think it's something like 83% swordfish and 98% marketable catch is what we've been seeing to date so far with the deep set buoy gear fishery. And that really should be the standard going forward. So, and I just, the last thing that I want to say, for me, this is really important, is that this clear direction also makes sure that the council is not interested in entertaining new fishing gears that have damaging impacts and high bycatch, like what we've already seen with pelagic longlines, and those type of proposals should be rejected from the outset. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ben. Questions for Ben on his testimony? Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hi, Ben, and thank you for your testimony. Just a question about outside facilitators, and if you think as a member of the public that would be both appropriate and helpful.
Good question. Thank you. That's not really my area of expertise, but I do think a really good facilitator would go a long ways to help set up a forum that's inclusive and fair, and it gives everybody a chance to participate. So.
And then just at the beginning of your testimony, you talked about, hey, we were thinking this was probably going to be a longer workshop, and now it sounds like it may be shorter. Do you think that we can achieve our objectives whether we go with a shorter or longer. Do you have any thoughts about that from Oceana's perspective?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Svensson. I think it's really important to keep it focused. There's some really important things that need to happen right now, like this transition program, and it's not going to get done if we keep it too broad. We can meet for a week and we still might not get it all done. So yes, my recommendation is a more focused workshop, and that it's really incumbent upon the council to provide that direction to make it focused, or else you'll find yourself, I fear you'd find yourself disappointed with a very long report and no clear direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Okay, further questions for Ben? All right, thanks, Ben. Next up is Teresa Labriola. Welcome, Teresa.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and thanks for this opportunity to speak today about the scoping of a swordfish workshop and to some comments in support of our joint letter that we submitted with Oceana. I think Ben said it really well, that we're kind of at this crossroads. There's the ending of a long fishery that had a lot of discussion about it, we'll say, required a lot of management for a lot of years. And the beginning of the deep set buoy gear fishery, which has a lot of questions. And I think about this workshop, and I think there is an opportunity here. Maybe I think my final comment was to keep it narrow, to make sure that we do end up with something that moves the council goals forward of building a sustainable swordfish fishery. And so part of this workshop could easily be to discuss a transition program based on the federal legislation. But I think maybe for me, more importantly, it is to look to the future and say, what does sustainable fishing opportunities look like in the Pacific swordfish fishery? I tend to focus on the management team's recommendation number 3 to develop criteria that may encourage and support future EFPs and new gears to target and harvest swordfish. And I did hear what you said in the EFP agenda item, that you want to put a hold on buoy gear iterations for 2 years. But I think this meeting is an opportunity to say, what do we want EFPs to look like? What do we want new gears to achieve in terms of bycatch avoidance, target species catch, so that we have a vision for the future of our swordfish fishery that's discussed amongst our various stakeholders, and that then you can give guidance for applicants in the future. So today you said to applicants, we don't want to see 15 applications next year for buoy gear with 20 buoys, but what do you want them to have? What scientific questions do you want asked and answered? What types of gear modifications are you looking for? What qualifications do you think applicants should have? What geography are we looking for? So there's a lot of guidance, I think, that can come out of a workshop to help inform EFP applicants. And then, as Ben said, we'd also think this could be an opportunity to focus on performance criteria. So if you have criteria which are agreed upon in advance, such as, say something like buoy gear achieves 90% target catch, say imagine that's a criteria, and you ask applicants, how are you going to achieve this criteria? Tell us, and then you can evaluate results based on those criteria. So this meeting could not only look at guidance for EFP applicants, but performance criteria for EFPs. I think these suggestions are actually very consistent with the HMSAS suggestions. Had two suggestions: the transition of the remaining drift gillnet fleet to other economically viable options. And this was in the appropriations memo for the drift gillnet legislation. And in fact, the council has already accomplished this by recommending that NOAA authorize buoy gear and additional, when you asked NOAA to authorize buoy gear, it was specifically to improve the economic viability and reduce bycatch in your fishery. You actually accomplished that goal. So as required by federal legislation, you have provided an alternative gear. And then they also ask you to explore options to increase swordfish production within the EEZ. And I think this is very consistent with what I've asked, that you set some criteria for what you're looking for EFPs. And you allow, and then you ask for EFP applicants to fulfill your wishes, basically. Okay, so I've spoken for 4 or 5 minutes already, but really I was suggesting you keep this meeting narrowly focused to about testing alternative gears that can improve sustainable fishing opportunities. And importantly, going to Ms. Fenson's question, I think it's really important this meeting is open to the public and facilitated in a way that encourages the participation of all stakeholders, including commercial fishermen, future fishermen, recreational fishermen, ocean conservationists, and others. And if that, I think I'm not an expert in meetings, but if a facilitator is somebody who can, get us a better outcome, I would totally support that. Having this hosted or facilitated by somebody outside of the council family. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
All right, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Lynn. Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question on the public meeting. Are you envisioning something that's more public? Our HMSAS and MT meetings are public. Anybody can listen in, and they generally have a public comment period, usually one just before lunch and toward the end of the day. Are you envisioning something more interactive for people who are not on the team or the AS?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger and Lynn Mattis. I think the HMSAS and HMSMT could provide a good outline to a meeting, but I would hope that stakeholders had more engagement in a meeting than what is allowed during an MT and an advisory subpanel meeting. Very importantly, though, MT meetings and advisory subpanel meetings do provide public notice. People know that they're happening. Anybody can come to those meetings. And the last time there was a swordfish management workshop 8 to 9 years ago, it was not open to the public. This was more closed than I think than I would want a meeting to be like this. So,
thank you for the clarification.
Excellent, Krista.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks for answering the questions I asked the previous testifier. I do have a question based upon your comments around needing to stay focused and around the EFP process. And I know we've certainly spoken about this on the floor in terms of the need for an EFP process. This topic is on swordfish scoping, but do you think if we widened it to the larger HMS FMP that would be too large of a topic to still remain focused on? I just think that there's an awful lot of overlap when we're talking about potential gear types, et cetera, that we may want to consider that, but would appreciate your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger and Ms. Fenton. I think that you can, the EFP process can be applicable not only to swordfish. It is now. Our EFPs don't ask just for swordfish gear. And so I ask for criteria for EFPs, so like tell people what they're going to be asked to achieve. And I think those can be cross-cutting across swordfish or tuna fisheries. We want a certain amount of bycatch avoidance and marketable species catch, and not to have negative impacts on the ecosystem. So there could be some cross-cutting measures there. Or it could really blow up into a really big topic that ends up without having the focus and the results that we want. And so while I'm open to that, I would have to give a little more thought to decide whether that could actually be a lot bigger workshop than we could really handle.
Thanks, Teresa. Further questions for Teresa? Okay, thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public testimony and brings us to council action, which is before us. So I'll open the floor up for discussion. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This agenda item kind of was developed several meetings back, and over the course of several discussions, primarily between Ms. Fenson and myself during agenda planning, again, over a few meetings. And it has evolved both through gaining shared understanding of what's happening in the fishery from a variety of public input from the team and advisory subpanel input. And I feel much more able to sort of understand where we need to go next now after all of this discussion. What I'm seeing and hearing is that we have an existing swordfish monitoring and management plan. If you look at the goals laid out in that plan, they're still sound. They still make sense today. They may need some minor tweaking and cleaning up, but they're pretty much where we want to go. We want to increase production while maintaining low levels of bycatch, and that's basically it, and encouraging economic viability. And that's broadly those 5 goals. The 5 actions that are currently in the SMMP have either been completed or have been obviated by other events. So it speaks to a large degree about drift gillnet, and obviously that fishery is sunsetting. The various goals regarding that fishery, I think, are no longer valid in the plan and need to be reconsidered as far as where do we go next. And I think some of our public comment discussed where do we go next. In my mind, where we go next is we need to think about, without drift gillnet as part of our HMS quiver of gear types, how do we replace what used to be caught by DGN? And buoy gear is one tool to do that. The other existing gear types, hook and line, harpoon, are gears that can do some of that, but they probably can't do all of it. And the only way to find new gear types that might better replace that catch is through EFP fishing. And so what I see is a very strong need to focus on what EFPs do we want to see? How do we prioritize among ourselves when we review those? And how do we measure them in terms of performance moving forward? And I think a new plan that could replace the old swordfish monitoring and management plan could focus a little more broadly on HMS as a whole, could focus on this need to expand fishing effort while maintaining these other important goals, and could help us get there in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Phil?
Appreciate the remarks that John just made. And I think I'm in agreement with those. But I guess on the question of the workshop, I don't feel like we're ready to make a decision that the workshop should be held not suggesting that it shouldn't be held, but at this point, when I look at the recommendations that are in the AS report, then I look at the HM or the team's report, and then I look at some of the key points that were provided to us during public comment. We don't have, and I would almost say we're not even close to having a common set of goals for the workshop. I think what, the thing that's the expression of what could be accomplished in a workshop was probably best expressed just now by John in terms of kind of what I was thinking, that the use of a workshop and the benefits of a workshop. But the other principles here in terms of the team, the advisory subpanel and the people that offered public comment, there's not much in the way of common threads through that. And so I guess in my mind, the next step would be for us would be to have this joint meeting between the team and the AS as part of the September council meeting, and have this as an assignment to them, that they come forward with what are the goals of the workshop and take into consideration, careful consideration, those that John just articulated.
Thank you, Phil. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I know others want to speak to this. I wanted to respond to Phil. I think we agree with each other, absolutely. There's sort of an interim step, and that is the team in the AS to provide us a little more input after they consider things more holistically based on this discussion. I think there's probably a need for some kind of meeting. I kind of want to get just a step below the word workshop there. I don't see this as a week-long, invite a whole bunch of specific people kind of thing. What I'm thinking is maybe along the lines of what the advisory subpanel was saying, is that we need more than just the advisory subpanel and management team to get together and sit down and discuss things. And I think that's why they're talking about outside facilitation. But that's not the first step. That's a later step. And maybe it's March, maybe it's later than that when that occurs. And it's based on what happens in September after a joint meeting. So yeah, I think I'm seeing it the same way you are.
Okay. Thanks, John. Krista.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am appreciative of both of your comments. That is certainly the way I am seeing this. I think this has been productive as a first bite at the apple, as we like to say here in the council process. It certainly has highlighted some issues from my perspective in terms of perhaps we want to be more holistic. And I appreciate the comments around, hey, we have a plan. We may want to take that as a living document and work towards it. But I do think that we have identified some parts and pieces through both of the advisory bodies and also through the public comments. I do want to note, I thought it was heartening that both of our advisory bodies were taking into consideration how to get the public involved, but also how to do that with budgetary concerns. So I would lend support to having that initial conversation again in September in the margins of our meeting. I also think it would be helpful for them. There's an awful lot of ideas on paper and that have been verbally given to us. And it would be helpful for us to kind of narrow those down so that they're not having to wade through a lot of different ideas. I do want to talk about a couple of those ideas specifically, one of which is the transitioning of the remaining drift gillnet fleet. I think we need to unpack a bit more there because from my perspective, we're not just talking about gear types and how to get fishermen out of the fishery. We also need to be thinking about how do we get access to species that have been locally important, particularly in the state of California. I've never had luvar, but I know a lot of people down there do enjoy it. We're also talking about OPA and other tunas. So making sure that we have a plan for capturing some species or the potential for that through our EFP process, I think is important, both for fisheries opportunity, but also in terms of consumers and the American public that have historically relied upon those. The second piece that I really want to hit on is the importance of exploring opportunity for increasing swordfish production. And I've touched on this pretty much every time I talk about swordfish. And I just want to talk about it for a moment here again, that, whether we're thinking we want to work towards a goal of just over 3,000 metric tons, which is the high in 1985 in terms of capture, or closer to the 6,000 metric tons, which is the current estimated volume in fisheries that we could take commercially and not harm the biomass. We're still talking about the potential for a fishery off of our coast of somewhere between $22 and $45 million. And I think it is worthwhile for us to really sit down and spend some time on that. The other item I think we should consider is the EFP process. Teresa spoke to it today, and I thought she did a really nice job on it. I kind of think that this might be the piece we want to really focus on. And I say that because it's important for us to really be clear on what we are looking for. Are we looking for more information on buoy gear outside of the Southern California Bight? I think we should consider that. We don't have research there. And maybe that would give more opportunity for others that are interested in doing more gear development if we're not interested in other areas. But I think the other piece of that is that we need to get fishermen out on the water if we are transitioning, and we are transitioning out of the drift gillnet fishery. And it sounds like it's a long ways away, but the EFP process takes time. Developing gear takes time, and we need to get on that. So I'm encouraged that we're working through this process. I'm looking forward to hearing others' thoughts on the topic, but I do think starting that with our management and advisory panel this September in a bit more focused way would be helpful and is an important first step.
Okay, thank you, Krista. Bob Dewey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Krista. Really, really good comments, and Phil, you as well, and John too. I want to get back to what John was talking about and Krista too, about how to unleash the ingenuity and of fishermen to achieve and to fill this gap and to get us into the areas that Krista was talking about in those kind of numbers. And I don't believe the expertise to do that is necessarily around this table or in our advisory panels. The advisory panel, maybe, yes, but I think we need to unleash the ingenuity of fishermen and to find out how to do this. And I'm a little bit cautious about some of the comments that said, well, we don't want this, we don't want gear that looks like this and looks like that. Well, I've understood over the years of the difference from a trawl sector, the difference in performance of nets due to fishermen's ingenuity. Bottom trawl nets don't look like they used to. They don't perform like they used to. But if you just arbitrarily say they're no good, let's not look at that. What I think the approach needs to be is we need to set standards and expectations, what bycatch looks like. Understand it's an experimental process. They're going to have failures, they're going to have successes, but ultimately, I believe in fishermen. I believe that the best way to get something done is to tell a fisherman it can't be done, and he'll find a way to do it. So if we want this to progress, they have to be in the room, they have to be part of this, but we need to set what our expectations are. And then I don't care if they use garbage bags, if they can meet the expectations to do it. And I think that is, we need to understand that there's a big gap to fill here, and it's going to take that. And if they know the standards and they know the oversight standards that are set and they're realistic, they're not stopping the progress right off the bat. And I was intimately involved in the salmon excluder development in the Bering Sea for pollock when it first started. And I did research on our boats with nymphs and several of them, and did a lot of research. And there were failures. There were absolute failures to begin with, whether it was gears failures or just weren't producing what the result we wanted. But through ingenuity, through development, we got there. So I think we have to be realistic. We have to understand there is a need, and it's a huge, as Krista noted, big economic revenue to be generated there. There's a lot of benefit to the nation. I look at, we're not catching that fish domestically now. And we also exported the problem because they continue to do it in other areas. So we've always been leaders. We've always been that. We need to continue to do that. And we can't stifle that ingenuity. We need to set the standards we expect. Don't expect them overnight, but get to that end. And that's what I'll say. So I think those standards are very important to concentrate on and embrace EFPs and fishermen's ingenuity. Make sure we're not just arbitrarily rejecting things out of hand. So thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Okay. Anyone else? Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple quick notes. Bob, just a quick friendly comment that some fishermen are hers, not all hims. Just for the record. Or thank you, Bob, or theys. I just wanted to echo others around the table, the generally good conversation. I think however direction this takes and whatever we decide to focus on, I think it's important to keep in mind that this isn't just about sort of transitioning current participants, but the importance of encouraging new entrants and new participants. And I think that'll be really important to all of the goals, both in sort of the process of how we decide to do this and in the content.
Corey. Okay. Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This may be more of a discussion when we get to workload planning tomorrow, but I do notice in the September draft agenda, there is a DGN transition planning and amendment scoping item that is currently shaded. Based on this discussion, I think when we get to tomorrow, we'll be discussing unshading that. It seems like that would be a good time to continue, have more of this discussion on how we move forward. Just my planner brain had to kick in for a few minutes.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Executive Director Bird.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just maybe some added thoughts. I'm sitting here just listening carefully to the discussion and have put together a variety of workshops during my career. And as I think all of you know, workshops can take many different forms and flavors and structures, and that's all a question of design. And the design maps onto purpose. So as I hear the comments being made, I do think there are some steps that are becoming clear, at least in my mind, that hope to verbalize here for our maybe collective clarity. So one of them, we talked about having the MT and the AS help to flesh out the goals in September during a joint session, and that seems very key to me. When I think of that, a question might be asked right away is, one question is, are the FMP goals still appropriate? And I heard Mr. Ugaretz express support. The FMP goals are still appropriate. So that would be a way to bound that discussion within the MT and the AS, and have them then bring forward some additional thoughts about what else do we do within those bounds. At some point, I think the planning of the workshop leaves our hands, if that makes sense. And if we were to move forward with the facilitator, one of the tasks for the facilitator would be, what's the format of the workshop that's going to help us get there? And I don't think, we do a lot of meetings, a lot of workshops, but that kind of expertise would help with our further discussion. So that's a model that's standing out in my mind, and I just offer that for everyone's consideration, I guess.
Thank you, Merrick. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And, through this discussion, and somewhat to Merrick's point, I've been trying to capture what I'm hearing as on the fly. And I don't have a motion, nor do I intend to make a motion for this, but I have captured what I think are some summary points that might help sort of wrap this discussion as something we can all see and work from moving forward. And so if it pleases you, I could ask to have those put up.
That would please me. Yes.
Thanks. So again, this is not a motion. It's sort of a wrap up of the discussion that I think I'm hearing, and I welcome any on the fly edits to this, and note that there could be typos or other errors because I'm tried to do this quick at the last minute. But so what I'm hearing is that the concept of a monitoring plan, swordfish management and monitoring plan has value, but the overall content requires a pretty significant edit or change. The new document should be developed to replace the swordfish monitoring and management plan and focus more broadly on HMS species as a whole and the need to replace previous catch from DGN gear as well as new opportunities, and with a focus on EFP priorities and methods to achieve that. It sounds like we all agree that there should be a day added to the HMS MT and HMS AS's agenda for September to meet jointly and prepare for a later meeting / workshop to further develop this new document. And then if warranted, and I think this gets somewhat to Merrick's point, hold the meeting or workshop, including the MTAS and other interested stakeholders to discuss development of the new document with a primary focus on EFPs that support the document goals. And then we start with the existing goals, modifying them as needed to expand the scope to include other species. Currently, the goals focus on swordfish, particularly those that were landed by DGN, but it could be even more broadly HMS species and new species that are starting to be developed. Combine and refine those goals to better reflect the new document if needed. Discuss the transition of past DGN participants. So that's kind of a new focus that the old document didn't have and that this new document could. The timing of when it occurs has to take into consideration of stakeholder availability. And given the need to include broad input, the meeting should be supported with professional facilitation. I think that point 4, it's what I've heard so far, but obviously it could change based on what happens in point 3 and what we discuss in September if that becomes the agenda item for September. So that's what I think I've heard around the table. Again, I'm giving this as sort of a wrap up so we can all chew on it, but hoping to help staff move forward from here.
Thank you, John. That's what I heard. So, Krista?
I would agree. I guess the only one I have a question about is point C in 4 and whether that facilitation is specific to this potential down the road meeting or workshop, or whether that facilitation would also encompass the management team and advisory body in September for the extra day we're bringing in.
John?
I think just the future. I think the teams meeting together is pretty standard. They've done that in the past. I think they can do that effectively. They would have normal public comment at that, but this future meeting might be more broad and might require more assistance.
Thanks, John. Okay. Anybody else? Lynn?
What Mr. Ugeritz put up there is what I've also heard and just been taking mental notes of. And this may be a totally daft question to most of you, but the other species historically landed in the fishery, what are those? I will express my complete naivete when HMS, but that would be helpful for me and maybe some others, what other species we might be talking about.
Thank you, Lynn. Kit, did you? John?
Well, yeah, and I'm sure I will miss some species, but there's some good examples. So, for example, the last couple of years, DGN has been a big component of our bluefin fishery, probably catching more bluefin than swordfish last couple of years. OPA used to be a major component of the old DGN fishery when it was highly active. Really, the only OPA we're getting now is coming from high seas longline. There's, a whole variety of other species, thresher shark, that used to occur in DGN or some, other fisheries. So, yeah, I think, we'd like to see ways to not just increase swordfish catch, but other domestically produced, sustainably caught, highly migratory species.
Thank you. That's enough of a clarification. And I appreciate your patience with me as I learn this fishery.
Yep. Hey, John. Kit. Ryan.
Thanks. Wanted to let others weigh in. I just wanted to briefly state I appreciate Mr. Ugeritz kind of putting this summary forward. I fully agree and support the discussion that's been happening around the table, the points that are there. I did just want to make one small comment because I heard Ms. Mattis raise it regarding just a preview for workload planning. The current agenda item for September talks about FMP amendment scoping. I think from what we heard today from the AS wanting more information from NIMS regarding the transition program and the fishermen understanding that, as well as giving some time, not just to scope this workshop, but have some future discussions with them on this. Warrant potentially postponing any FMP action or scoping at this time. We do have until December 2027 as it relates to the DriftNet Act. But in addition, there are some questions that NIMS has received in the margins here and outside of this council meeting regarding the DriftNet Act, the language in the legislation and how we might implement our part of the federal program. And I think it would be helpful for any kind of discussion the council might want to have regarding the transition to have some answers on that. We will have an update on those in September. So this is just a preview more for workload plan. And I think some sort of different name for that allows a transition update and also follow up potentially on any workshop discussions based on the MTAS meeting and the things that outlined here and that we just talk about would probably be more appropriate just at that point. And we can discuss this tomorrow. I just wanted to respond because she raised the comment. But in general, that's just a minor comment. I just wanted to lend my support for everything that's been discussed around the table and that is presented here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Kit.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, looking at the list, the tasking here, Mr. Ugeritz has put up, and I just was a little bit of clarification. So bullet 3 talks about the joint meeting of the subpanel and management team and notes to prepare for a later meeting workshop to further develop the new document. So I just that could be interpreted of just sort of dates and places or whatever. And I was wondering, I assume though that it's probably wanting to dig in a bit more and maybe do some initial sort of concept development or spade work on this, sort of, I guess, revising the SMMP or developing new goals. So I was wondering if is bullet 4 there, which kind of talks about what this possible workshop would be about. Is that a good sort of guideline for what the September meeting might start digging into with, some maybe general ideas that could help those two groups to kind of frame what the workshop would look like? I'm just trying to, when I think about, I'll probably be helping to help work with the team and subpanel in terms of what they're going to talk about in September, make sure they're talking about the right thing.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kit, for the clarification. Definitely not just when and how should we host a meeting. Definitely more to your latter point about looking at point 4 in all of those subpoints there. What input and advice can they give us now? Where do they see the need for external voices to be heard? Do they have other questions now that they've heard this discussion regarding what the new document would look like and what it would contain? So, essentially letting us use that time that Ryan is so happily donating for the September agenda to, further refine everything and then be better prepared to make a decision in September about what comes next.
Thank you, John. Okay. No more discussion? Kit, how are we doing here?
Mr. Vice Chair, well, it's only 3:27, so I think you need to keep talking for another hour at least.
I don't want to keep talking, but one thing I didn't hear, maybe I missed it, but in support of course, but the team, and maybe I heard it overemphasize it, Talia meant, but do we have information, and who's going to pay for this was their question, and are we going to have information for them so they can to inform their September discussion?
Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. I was anticipating a question along these lines. Well, I'm happy to reach into my Rolodex to the extent anyone has a Rolodex anymore and call some of the people that I know that are professional facilitators. I do have a range that I'm familiar with that we would be discussing as part of the budget development process that we begin, as you know, in the fall. So that's when we would take it up with the budget implication for next year rather than this year. I do think having the teams have this discussion will help me understand more the scope of tasks that we'd be asking that facilitator to do, which then helps with the sort of budget discussion. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Merrick. Okay. Kit, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All levity aside, you, I think, have finished your assignment and provided an outline or framework for future work on this workshop idea. In the first instance, will be this day in September where the management team and the advisory subpanel are going to get together. And based on your discussion here and some of the specific ideas that are in that document that Mr. Ugeritz just provided, kind of spitball ideas and come up with a proposal for, maybe some ideas for this workshop in terms of its structure and content. I guess one thing that comes to mind, and maybe you'll get into this discussion tomorrow, is in terms of when those groups report back to you. Right now, there is an item on the September agenda that might be too soon. If they're just going to be meeting in September, and we might want to draft something up. So anyways, we don't need to talk about it now, but just put it on your list perhaps for agenda planning tomorrow.
Thank you. All right. With that, thanks everyone for all the good work. And I'm going to pass the gavel back to Chair Gillnet.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Although that completes the last scheduled agenda item, we're going to take up budget agenda item C5, but we're going to take a short break before we go there. That'll lighten our load for tomorrow. So don't go to, we're thinking 5 minutes, not a 15-minute break. So stay close. All right, friends. Friends and frenemies, please come back to your seats. We're missing a few folks. Give it another few minutes here. All right, we're going to take up fiscal matters now. That's agenda item C5. And for the last time, I will hand off a gavel to a vice chair, Vice Chair Pete Hessemer.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Quite honored to receive that gavel from you, I believe. We're going to take up the fiscal matters budget item. And so I'll look to Patricia Hearing to lead us into this.
So the situation summary for agenda item C5 is the Budget Committee met on June 21st to consider budget issues, including a status update of 2022 and 2023 expenses and a draft operational budget. You should have before you the agenda, supplemental attachment 1, and also the Budget Committee report. Council action today is to consider the report and recommendations of the committee.
All right, thank you. Questions for Patricia on that? And if not, I'll ask you to read that report into the record. Is it posted? I'm hitting the refresh button here. So go ahead, please, and read it.
Agenda item C5A, supplemental Budget Committee report 1. The Pacific Fishery Management Council Budget Committee met on June 21st, received an update on the 2020-2024 cooperative agreement funding, review the calendar year 2022 final expenditures, and the staff proposed calendar year 2023 operational budget. National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division budget update. Mr. Ryan Wolf provided an update on the status of fiscal year 2023 funding and noted that fiscal year 2024 process is currently underway within Congress. Mr. Wolf noted that the Inflation Reduction Act provides funding to National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and NOAA has recently prioritized that funding in a number of key areas. One of those is climate-ready fisheries, and determined that 20 million of those funds would be used to support regional fishery management councils in assisting regulatory responses to current climate challenges. NIMS understands that we have a diversity of fisheries across the United States, and as such, they expect the actions councils take with this funding will vary and be responsive to the needs of the fisheries in their region and the communities that they serve. Examples of the kinds of actions councils may take include operationalizing climate vulnerability assessments, implementing actions generated from scenario planning efforts, or implementing measures that increase responsiveness of allocations or other management measures to climate impacts. Discussions are planned for later this summer between NIMS headquarters and council executive directors to further clarify the use and allocation of those funds. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Merrick Burton detailed CY 2022 total expenses and noted that the council came in under budget by approximately $637,000. The lower than planned expense level can be attributed to lower than budgeted expenses in travel and in the supplies and services line items, as well as reduced expenses for contracting. The staff proposed 2023 operational budget reflects slight modifications to the 2023 provisional budget that resulted in a lower budget. The 2023 proposed operational budget is $5,898,682 and reflects updated amounts for salaries and benefits line items, a better estimate of travel expenses for 2023, and a reduction of outside contracts over what is contained in the provisional budget. The Budget Committee is supportive of the staff proposed operational budget. If the entire $5.9 million operational budget is utilized in 2023, staff estimate that the council would have $2.35 million in our delayed spending account. Similarly, the same budget approach is taken in 2024. Staff estimate that the council would have slightly over 1 million remaining within the delayed spending account. A summary of and the recommendations from the Budget Committee's discussion of the upcoming grant renewal process is included in the committee's report under Agenda Item C2, Council and Process Efficiencies. Budget Committee recommendations: adopt a CY 2023 budget of $5,898,682. And that completes the report.
Thank you, Patricia. Any questions on the report? I believe I see no hands here. We have no other advisory body or management reports. And last time I looked, there's no public comment. So that will take us right into council discussion and action. And that is to consider the report, the recommendations, and just a reminder, if there was one recommendation in there, it's that time of year when the council approves or adopts an operational budget. So look for any hands. I'm not seeing any. I would like to ask, Executive Director Burden is busy there, but there was the note in there about the IRA funds, Infrastructure Act funds that would be coming to the council. And I think since the Budget Committee met, there's been some development. The executive directors of the councils will be meeting in the future to discuss that. And Merrick, did you want to mention anything about that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let's see. We are planning for a meeting with NIMS headquarters early July. The actual date is escaping me, but we as Ms. Kelly Dennett's shop and the executive directors of the councils. And at that time, what we expect to have a discussion with them is regarding how they plan to distribute the 20 million that has been set aside for the councils. There have been some unofficial sort of word of mouth things that have come our way about those potential plans. And I understand there's a couple of ideas out there. One is an idea to distribute some portion of that funding according to the existing allocation of funding that's made to the councils. So we have an agreement across the councils about how funding comes our way. So for example, the North Pacific gets most of the money. We get, or not most of the money, but the largest percent. We get the second largest percent, and it tiers down from there. There's another idea out there too, which would be more specific project based. So I'm not sure if it's a RFP process or what, but the idea is to say, here are some of the projects that we would plan to pursue with some funding, and then NIMS would allocate funding accordingly. So the plan is to have a detailed discussion with the Sustainable Fisheries Division at headquarters regarding these mechanisms. And what you referred to, Mr. Vice Chairman, is a plan for the executive directors to organize our thoughts a bit in advance of that conversation. We do these types of meetings very routinely. We have a pretty tight group. So what we intend to do is organize our thoughts before we go talk with NIMS about funding. So all of that is pretty typical stuff, except for the way that we will receive these funds, which we don't know yet. So that's where we are at the moment.
So thank you, Merrick. I just apologize for putting you on the spot there, but learning that these funds would be available is fairly new. And then even during the course of the past week, we're learning things about that. So it's just wanted to highlight it's an active process, and our executive director right now is involved in that process. And maybe by September, we'll know something. So Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I just wanted to acknowledge and maybe call your attention to the Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1. Appreciate the thought that council staff led by the executive director has devoted to looking at process efficiencies and also appreciate the budget committee talking through that and noting that in the second paragraph of that of the committee's report on that the council staff analysis of cost efficiency measures necessary to achieve a budget that is in line with expected income. And then there's a second point there that this process envisions a meeting of the committee of the whole to discuss potential changes in our council structure process that's necessary to align the revenue with our expenses. It goes on to talk a little bit about thinking about the scope of the issues that would be considered at a meeting of the committee of the whole, and then suggest that we think about when that might occur. And I know there was some discussion. I had to leave the budget committee meeting a little early, but I know there was some discussion about some potential dates, I believe in January, if I recall that. So just, and then at the bottom of that, just calling your attention to the recommendations, tasking the executive director to work on the proposed analysis as outlined in his report back to the budget committee in September, and then identify dates for a committee of the whole as appropriate. So, and I had to ask what the definition of a meeting of the committee as the whole was, and I think you'll probably all already know the answer to that, but it's a committee made up of the council members. So I'm just wanted to inquire in terms of that second piece, the dates for the committee of the whole. Is that something you want some feedback on during this discussion, or at a later date, or is there contemplated work on a doodle poll, or just wondering how that works?
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for that question. Stemming from our discussion of the council efficiencies topic, I've asked Renee to put together a poll for all of us. So I believe she is just about ready to hit send on that poll. And so then depending on the responses to that, we'll get back to you on a preferred set of dates. If that's no longer a preferred course of action, I'm happy, of course, to entertain the discussion here now, but that's what we have in the works at the moment.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Again, this may be another daft question because that seems to be my role today. Are the budget committee documents, the documents that were presented to the budget committee, available anywhere online? I can't find them. And I was in another meeting, so unable to attend the budget committee meeting. Second part of that question is, once we find them, I can look for some information, but as part of this budget proposal, does that have our advisory bodies in person, remote, or a combination of the two? And if this question is not appropriate at this time, just let me know and I'll ask somebody offline. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Mattis. Could you elaborate on your second question? I'm not sure that I understood it.
Mr. Vice Chair, Executive Director Bird, maybe I'm misunderstanding what we're looking at here, but the budget totals and what we're looking at here, does that include having all of our advisory bodies in person at all meetings, or is that not getting into this kind of detail yet?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let's see, the actual details of which groups are in person and which are not, I don't have off the top of my head, but all of the meeting formats that we've contemplated are in there. So there are some in-person meetings, there are some remote meetings. we tend to default toward budgeting for in-person meetings just because it's easier to come down from a number rather than to add expenses partway through the year. But the answer to your question is yes, that thought process is in there, but what it looks like exactly, I don't have off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And if at some point somebody could direct me to where I can find these documents, I would appreciate it. It doesn't have to be right today. I'm not going to have time to look through them all in the next few minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Right. Thank you. Further discussion. I haven't looked left, I'm looking right. Chair Gorelnik.
Well, if there is no further discussion, I was going to offer a motion.
Please go ahead.
I move that the council adopt the recommendations contained in the Budget Committee report. There it is. How about that? Took the words right out of my brain. All right, that is my motion.
All right. Could you please, I'm going to ask you to read it in its entirety.
Okay. I move the council adopt the recommendations of the Budget Committee as contained in Agenda Item C5A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, June 2023.
Thank you. And the language appears accurate. Is that so?
I believe it does.
Is there a second? Seconded by Butch Smith. Speak to your motion as necessary.
I don't think it's necessary to belabor the point. I think it was adequately covered in our discussion and in the report.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll move immediately to discussion. Phil Anderson.
Well, I'm apologize. I'm struggling finding that second document that I was just referencing and asking questions about, but the and I believe this motion includes those two additional recommendations in addition to the budget itself. Is that correct?
My understanding, and I'm trying to go back in time here. We don't have our transcripts, but the other one we took up under agenda item C2, which was the council process efficiencies. There was a separate budget committee report. And without paging back in my notes, I believe the council, I'm not sure via a vote but guidance adopted the recommendations of the budget committee in that report at that time. And I will look who was our staff officer on that. Merrick, can you add to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to add to that. Well, let me see. Let me start with the council efficiencies agenda item. So in that item, which seems like ages ago now, the budget committee did have two recommendations. So one was to continue to have staff continue to work on the timeline that we were organizing those thoughts around that build up to the 5-year grant renewal. And we were going to bring in the council efficiencies item, or at least part of it, into that process. And so you all made a motion to approve that schedule. So we will go ahead and do that. And then the second recommendation was your question earlier, Mr. Anderson, about the committee of the whole, and we have elected to pursue that through a doodle poll process. So I'm not sure if that answers your original question, but that's what the council did under that item as it relates to budget.
Bill?
I think the answer is no, that's not included in the motion. And that leads me to conclude that I missed my chance to amend that task that said task staff to work on. And it should have read in my mind, task the executive work executive director to continue work on. But that's water under the bridge. I'm prepared to support the motion.
All right, thank you. And the Budget Committee did throw everyone a curveball because we submitted 2 reports, which in my history here has not been done. One was under agenda item C2. And so there was action taken relative to that. And so the motion on the floor behind us then is simply the recommendation to adopt the budget that was presented in there as the operational budget. Further discussion? And seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And I will look to Patricia, but I believe that completes our work under this agenda item.
It certainly does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And seeing nothing else, I can think of no other way to stall because I'm hesitating passing the gavel back to the chair for the last time. I will be able to pass it to Chair Gurelnik.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. I believe that completes our business for the day. And we will be back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. to take up the last 2 items, membership appointments and council operating procedures, and my favorite, the future council meeting agenda and workload planning. So until 8 a.m. Thank you.